some gods inherit power. Zeus stole it, with thunder in one hand and rebellion in the other. His story isn't about peace. It's about domination, defiance, and the terrifying price of being king of the heavens. Before Zeus, there was chaos, a dynasty of titans who ruled the cosmos like storms given shape. His father, Cronus, devoured every one of his children to stop them from taking his throne. Zeus was supposed to be next, but his mother Rhea hid him in a cave on Crete, wrapping a stone in cloth for Cronus to swallow instead. While his siblings languished in their father's stomach, Zeus was raised by nymphs, nourished by the milk of a divine goat, and lulled to sleep by thunder echoing through the mountains. When he came of age, Zeus didn't beg for destiny. He waged war for it. He tricked Cronus into vomiting up his swallowed brothers and sisters, then led them in a 10-year battle against the Titans. The sky tore open, the earth cracked, oceans boiled. When the dust cleared, the Olympians stood victorious, and Zeus claimed the throne of the universe. He cast the defeated Titans into Tartarus, a pit so deep it made the underworld look like daylight. From his golden throne atop Mount Olympus, Zeus ruled the sky with the kind of power that needed no words. Every bolt of lightning was both judgment and a reminder he was watching. He divided the cosmos among his brothers. Poseidon took the seas, Hades the underworld, and Zeus kept the heavens. But power never meant peace. His rule was constant maintenance of chaos, a storm barely restrained. He was clever, charming, and dangerously curious about mortals. Zeus's love stories are the heartbeat of Greek myth, passionate, wild, and often catastrophic. To pursue the women he desired, he became anything: a swan gliding through moonlight, a bull of impossible beauty, even golden rain falling through a window. From those unions came heroes like Hercules and Perseus, whose mortal struggles echoed their father's cosmic drama. Yet for all his wisdom, Zeus was far from flawless. He was jealous, quick-tempered, and ruthless when betrayed. When mortals defied him, he unleashed storms that erased cities from the map. When gods rebelled, they fell like stars from the heavens. Still, the Greeks didn't hate him for it. They understood him. To them, Zeus wasn't just a ruler. He was a reflection of authority itself, powerful, unpredictable, and necessary. Thousands of years later, his shadow still stretches across our language and imagination. The word Deus, meaning God, still echoes his name. When thunder shakes the night or lightning claws across the clouds, it feels less like weather and more like memory, a reminder of the old king's hand closing around the world once more. Zeus didn't just rule the sky, he became it. Every storm, every flash, every tremor in the heavens is his voice whispering that even time itself still bends to the will of the God who won it all. They say the sea has moods, calm one moment, monstrous the next. That's because it belongs to Poseidon, god of the ocean's endless rage and beauty. To the Greeks, he wasn't just a deity of water. He was the living heartbeat of every wave, every storm, and every trembling piece of earth beneath their feet. Poseidon didn't rise quietly to power. After the great war between the Olympians and the Titans, Zeus claimed the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon was handed the sea. Some say he was content, others say he was furious, condemned to rule a kingdom that never stood still. His palace lay at the bottom of the Aegean, built of coral and pearl, where horses of white foam galloped through the waves, and tridents flashed like lightning under the surface. The mortals who lived by the sea feared him as much as they worshipped him. A fisherman's prayer to Poseidon could mean survival, or it could mean nothing at all. He was unpredictable, quick to temper, and impossible to please. Sailors offered sacrifices before every voyage, hoping he'd let them pass without sending winds to tear their ships apart. When storms exploded without warning, they said Poseidon had been insulted. When earthquakes split the ground, it was his trident striking the earth in fury. Poseidon's power was not limited to destruction, though. He could raise islands from the depths, calm storms with a thought, and create springs where his trident struck the ground. He gave horses to mankind, creatures said to be born from the waves themselves, wild and restless like their creator. He represented both freedom and chaos, the dual nature of nature itself. To love Poseidon was to respect him, not to trust him. But like his brother Zeus, Poseidon's passions often ruled him. His love stories were violent and vast, some tragic, others mythic. He fell for nymphs, goddesses, even mortals, and his children carried his fury and pride. Theseus, the sea-born hero of Athens, Polyphemus, the fearsome Cyclops, and countless others, each reflecting a piece of their father's vast, untamed power. Poseidon never accepted being second to Zeus. Their rivalry rippled through the myths, two powers forever clashing, one of sky, one of sea. Once, Poseidon even conspired with Hera and Athena to overthrow his brother. The plot failed, of course, but it showed that beneath his calm surface, the sea god's ambition was as deep and dark as his domain. For the Greeks, Poseidon was more than a myth. He was an explanation. When the sea rose without warning or the ground quaked beneath their feet, they didn't see geology. They saw emotion. They saw a god who ruled through feeling, not order. And even now, when waves hammer the shore during a storm, or when the ocean roars louder than thunder, it's easy to believe Poseidon is still down there, trident in hand, crown of seaweed on his head, roaring his eternal reminder that the ocean belongs to no one but him. Most gods wanted temples, songs, and sunlight. Hades wanted none of that. He ruled the one place everyone feared, but no one could escape, the underworld. To the Greeks, death wasn't evil, it was inevitable. And Hades wasn't the villain hiding in the shadows. He was the keeper of balance, the silent king of everything that came after. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the Titan War, Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, and Hades drew the short straw, the realm of the dead. But instead of complaining, he built a kingdom unlike any other. Deep beneath the earth, past the black rivers of Acheron and Styx, lay his throne, surrounded by endless souls, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed hound that only let the dead pass one way. Hades didn't torment souls like the devils of later religions. His realm wasn't about punishment, it was order. The good, the bad, the forgotten, all had a place. He ruled with fairness, but without mercy. He didn't choose who lived or died. He simply made sure the dead stayed where they belonged. To the living, that made him terrifying. To the gods, it made him indispensable. But even a king of shadows can't escape love. His most famous story is with Persephone, the daughter of Demeter. Some say he kidnapped her. Others say she chose him. Whichever version you believe, the result changed the world. When Persephone ate the pomegranate seeds of the underworld, she was bound to Hades forever, spending half the year with him and half with her mother. That's why the Greeks said the earth dies each winter, Demeter's grief freezing the world until her daughter returns. Hades wasn't cruel in love, just possessive, a reflection of how death itself holds on to what it takes. But he wasn't unkind. He ruled quietly, rarely leaving his realm, and unlike Zeus or Poseidon, he had no desire for chaos or conquest. Power didn't intoxicate him, it isolated him. The mortals feared his name so much they refused to say it aloud, calling him Pluton, meaning the wealthy one, because all treasures beneath the earth, gold, silver, gems, belonged to him. In myths, Hades rarely loses his temper, but when he does, the world shakes. Once when Heracles tried to steal his three-headed dog, the god of death himself rose to stop him. Yet even then, he didn't destroy, he warned. His anger wasn't explosive, it was eternal. Modern stories paint him as evil, but the Greeks never saw him that way. They saw him as inevitable, patient, and incorruptible. Zeus ruled the sky, Poseidon ruled the seas, but Hades ruled what waits for everyone, and that kind of power doesn't need thunder or waves to be feared. Every grave, every whisper of mourning, every flicker of candlelight is a quiet acknowledgement that his domain never sleeps. Hades doesn't chase souls, he simply waits, and sooner or later, everyone keeps their appointment. Some gods were born screaming into battle. Athena arrived fully grown, armed, and calm. She didn't crawl, she emerged, bursting from Zeus's skull in a flash of light and steel. No mother, no childhood, no fear. From her first breath, she embodied the sharpness of the mind and the precision of war. If Ares was brute force, Athena was the plan that beat him. Athena's story is the moment intelligence became divine. Zeus had swallowed her pregnant mother Metis out of fear that their child would one day surpass him. But the child refused to be contained. A splitting headache sent the king of the gods writhing in pain until Hephaestus cracked his skull open with an axe, and out stepped Athena, gleaming in bronze armor, holding a spear, already ready to lead. She was the goddess of wisdom, but not the quiet, academic kind. Hers was practical intelligence, the kind that wins wars, builds cities, and makes impossible choices. She stood beside heroes, not above them. Odysseus survived the Trojan War because of her counsel. Perseus beheaded Medusa using the shield she gifted him. Even Heracles found reason through her guidance when rage alone would have destroyed him. But Athena wasn't just a warrior. She was civilization itself, reason in a chaotic world. She invented weaving, taught strategy, and gave structure to thought. Her city, Athens, was named after her when she gifted its people the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and endurance. It wasn't just a plant, it was a promise that wisdom could outlast violence. Still, she was without pride. When the mortal woman Arachne claimed to weave better than her, Athena challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, so flawless it humiliated the goddess. Out of fury and shame, she transformed her into the first spider, cursed to weave forever. Even the wisest gods could not escape jealousy. What made Athena different was restraint. She never fought for pleasure, only purpose. Her wars were clean, strategy over slaughter. Where Ares left carnage, Athena left order. To her, true victory was when bloodshed could be avoided entirely. In art, she's often shown with calm eyes and an owl at her shoulder, a symbol not of serenity, but of vigilance. She saw through deception, through emotion, through the fog of chaos. Athens worshipped her not with fear, but admiration. She was their guardian, their namesake, their proof that intellect could stand beside might and win. The Parthenon still stands in her honor, a temple not to destruction, but to thought itself. Athena's power was quiet thunder, the sound of realization, the moment before a plan succeeds. She proved that wisdom, when sharpened by courage, is its own kind of weapon. And long after swords have rusted and empires have fallen, her lesson still holds. The mind is the sharpest blade the gods ever made. The Greeks said the first light of dawn wasn't just sunlight. It was Apollo rising, golden and radiant, guiding his chariot across the sky. He wasn't merely a god, he was the embodiment of perfection, beauty, art, logic, and light. Where other deities represented chaos and power, Apollo represented balance. He was the fine line between fire and harmony, between creation and destruction. Apollo was the son of Zeus and Titaness Leto, but his birth was far from peaceful. Hera, furious over yet another of Zeus's affairs, cursed Leto so that no land would allow her to give birth. The pregnant goddess wandered the earth until she found the floating island of Delos, a place that wasn't fixed to the ground and therefore escaped Hera's curse. There, beneath swaying palms and golden light, Apollo and his twin sister Artemis were born. From the moment they cried out, the world had music again. As he grew, Apollo became the god of many things: light, truth, prophecy, music, healing, and the arts. He carried a lyre made of tortoise shell, said to produce sounds that could calm even the angriest heart. When he played, it wasn't just melody, it was order. The Greeks believed his music kept the universe in rhythm, a harmony between gods, mortals, and nature itself. But Apollo's beauty and brilliance came with arrogance. When the satyr Marsyas challenged him to a music contest, Apollo accepted. And when he won, he punished Marsyas with a cruelty that stunned even the gods. Perfection, in Apollo's eyes, left no room for mistakes. He could heal with one hand and destroy with the other. That duality defined him. His temple at Delphi became the beating heart of Greek spirituality. The oracle there, a mortal woman known as the Pythia, spoke his prophecies in riddles that shaped wars and destinies. Kings, warriors, and philosophers came to kneel before her, desperate to hear Apollo's words. They believed his voice spoke through her, the sun itself, whispering the future. Yet for all his divine light, Apollo's stories often end in heartbreak. He fell in love many times, but fate rarely showed him mercy. The nymph Daphne fled from him, turning into a laurel tree to escape his touch. He crowned himself with her leaves in eternal mourning. His lover Hyacinthus died by his own hand, killed accidentally by a discus. Apollo wept, and where his tears fell, flowers bloomed. The god of the sun could not outrun tragedy. He could only illuminate it. To the Greeks, Apollo was both inspiration and warning, the beauty of perfection and the danger of pride. He taught that truth and light reveal everything, even the flaws we try to hide. When his chariot rides the sky, it's not just the dawn. It's the daily reminder that brilliance can burn, that order demands sacrifice, and that even gods can't escape their own light. Long after temples crumble, his music still lingers, in every sunrise, in every act of creation, and in the fragile human desire to turn chaos into something beautiful. They called him the All-Father, not because he created everything, but because he understood everything. Odin wasn't born to rule. He earned it by tearing knowledge from the bones of the universe itself. Where other gods chased glory, Odin chased truth, and the price of knowing it was steep. In the age before men, the world was young and raw, carved from the corpse of a giant. Odin and his brothers built the realms, breathed life into the first humans, and raised their golden halls in Asgard. But Odin was restless. The world he'd made wasn't enough. He wanted to understand why it existed. So he wandered, cloaked dark as a raven's wing, one eye gleaming with hunger for wisdom. To drink from the well of Mimir, the spring of all knowledge, Odin had to offer a sacrifice. He didn't hesitate. He plucked out his own eye and dropped it into the water. The moment it sank, the universe opened to him, its secrets, its sorrows, its inevitability. From that day on, he saw the world not as it was, but as it would be. He knew how everything would end, even the gods themselves. He ruled not with thunder or fire, but with cunning. Odin's power was woven through language and magic, runes carved into wood and bone, symbols that could command fate itself. He hung himself from Yggdrasil, the world tree, pierced by his own spear, for 9 nights, a self-sacrifice to discover the runes. When he returned, he brought with him the secrets of creation and death. He was not a god of comfort. He was a god of purpose. The Vikings worshipped him as the mind behind victory. He chose who lived and who died in battle, sending the slain to Valhalla, his grand hall where warriors drank mead and waited for the end of the world. But Odin wasn't sentimental. He gathered the brave not to reward them, but to prepare them, training an army for Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. He had 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, who flew across the world each day and whispered all they saw into his ear. He had wolves at his feet and a spear that never missed. Yet for all his strength, Odin's greatest weapon was knowledge. He could see every possible future, and he carried the weight of all of them. The wisdom that made him divine also doomed him to sorrow. Odin wasn't loved like Thor or feared like Loki. He was respected, even by those who didn't understand him. To mortals, he was the wanderer who appeared in the cold night, cloaked and hooded, testing hearts and courage. To poets, he was the voice of inspiration. To warriors, he was the silent witness of their final breath. He knew that no matter how many kings he crowned or wars he won, the end was coming. The wolves would devour the sun, and he would fall to Fenrir, the beast he could never control. Yet he prepared anyway, because knowing the end doesn't mean surrendering to it. Odin's wisdom wasn't gentle, it was a burden. But that's what made him the All-Father, the God who understood that even the gods must pay for knowledge, and that true power isn't in avoiding fate, but in facing it with one eye open. Thunder wasn't just a sound to the Vikings, it was a promise. Every crack across the sky meant Thor was still out there, hammer in hand, defending gods and men from the monsters crawling in the dark. Where Odin sought wisdom, Thor sought justice. He was strength made flesh, laughter turned into thunder, and rage shaped like a storm. Thor wasn't born subtle. From the moment he could walk, he was swinging his hammer, Mjolnir, the weapon forged by dwarves that could level mountains and return to his hand like it knew him. The gods trusted him to do what he did best, protect their world, Asgard, and the realm of humans, Midgard. He was the line between order and chaos, the wall that giants could never cross. But for all his divine power, Thor was never distant. The Vikings loved him because he felt like one of them, loud, stubborn, loyal, and honest. He drank mead like rivers, laughed during battles, and took joy in his work. He didn't philosophize about fate or destiny. He just picked up his hammer and faced whatever came his way. He was the kind of God who didn't ask mortals for worship. He earned it by fighting for them. His enemies were the giants, beings of frost and fire, chaos and destruction. Thor fought them endlessly, not out of hatred, because someone had to. The stories say his chariot was pulled by 2 goats, Tongriasnir and Tongnjolstr, whose hoofs sparked lightning when they struck the clouds. Sometimes he'd slay them for dinner, bless their bones, and bring them back to life by morning, because even in mythology, Thor wasted nothing. He wasn't just muscle, though. Thor's strength was matched by his sense of duty. When a giant once stole his hammer, he disguised himself as a bride to infiltrate the enemy's hall. Dressed in a wedding gown and veil, he fooled the giants until Mjolnir was placed in his lap as part of the ceremony. The moment his hands closed around the handle, the room erupted into chaos. One swing, and the giants fell like trees. It's the kind of story that shows Thor's charm, half comedy, half carnage. But beneath the laughter and lightning was a deep seriousness. Thor knew what was coming, the prophecy of Ragnarok, the final battle where even the gods would fall. He'd face Jörmungandr, the world serpent, a creature so massive it encircled the earth. The two were destined to kill each other. Thor would strike the serpent dead, but only walked 9 steps before the venom claimed him. He never ran from that fate. He prepared for it. To the Vikings, Thor wasn't perfection. He was endurance. When storms raged, they didn't pray for them to stop. They prayed to have Thor's courage to face them. Every bolt of lightning was his hammer swinging, every roll of thunder his laughter across the sky. And maybe that's why his legend lasted, because Thor wasn't a distant god of mystery. He was a fighter, the kind of god who stood in the storm, not above it, the kind who reminded humanity that sometimes strength isn't about winning. It's about standing your ground no matter how loud the thunder gets. If Odin was wisdom and Thor was strength, Loki was the spark that burned both. The trickster of the Norse gods wasn't built to rule or obey. He existed to test, to twist, to break the rules that everyone else clung to. To the Vikings, Loki was a mystery, sometimes a friend, sometimes a monster, and always the reason something unforgettable happened. Loki wasn't a god by birth. He was a giant adopted into Asgard through wit and charm. He was clever, funny, and infuriatingly unpredictable. The gods loved and hated him in equal measure, because he could fix a problem one day and cause a worse one the next. When the walls of Asgard were nearly destroyed, Loki saved the day by tricking a giant into building them for free. But when that same giant demanded payment, the sun, the moon, and the goddess Freyja, Loki turned into a mare, distracted the giant's horse, and later gave birth to a foal with 8 legs. That horse, Sleipnir, became Odin's steed. Only Loki could cause chaos and still leave behind a gift. He was a shape-shifter, a gender shifter, and a truth twister. Fire and lies ran in his veins. He didn't break rules just to see things burn. He broke them to show the gods their limits. Loki was what happened when curiosity went too far. His words could start wars. His laughter could shatter alliances. He was brilliant, and he was dangerous. But chaos doesn't stay funny forever. Over time, his pranks grew darker. When he tricked the blind god Hodir into killing the beloved Baldur with a mistletoe dart, the god's laughter turned to horror. It was the beginning of the end, the event that would lead to Ragnarok. For that crime, Loki was hunted, captured, and chained beneath the earth with the entrails of his own son. Above him, a serpent dripped venom on his face, and his wife Sigyn sat beside him, catching each drop in a bowl. When she turned to empty it, the venom struck, and Loki screamed so violently the earth itself trembled. The first earthquakes, the Norse said. Yet even chained, Loki's story wasn't over. At the end of days, he would break free and lead the armies of chaos against the gods he once called family. He'd steer a ship made of the dead's fingernails, Naglfar, across a red-colored sea. He'd face Heimdall, the watchman of Asgard, and the two would kill each other in the storm to come. Loki wasn't evil, at least not in the way mortals define it. He was change, pure and unfiltered. Creation can't exist without destruction, and the gods couldn't exist without Loki to challenge them. He was the shadow of progress, the reminder that comfort breeds weakness, and order without chaos becomes a cage. So when the wind shifts and something in life suddenly unravels, when the plan falls apart, when the unexpected cracks the world open, maybe that's just Loki passing through, smiling, whispering that the story's about to get interesting again. They called her the most desired of the Norse gods, but Freya was never just about beauty. She was love with teeth, passion with armor, and tenderness laced with fury. The Vikings didn't see her as a gentle goddess of flowers and poetry. They saw her as a force of nature, equal parts seduction and slaughter. Where men went to war for glory, Freya chose her battles for purpose. Freya came from the Vanir, a rival tribe of gods who made peace with the Aesir after years of war. When the truce was sealed, she moved to Asgard, and from that day on, every realm that knew her name also feared her. She ruled over fertility, desire, and magic, but she also led the Valkyries, the divine shield maidens who carried fallen warriors from the battlefield. Half of the dead went to Odin's Valhalla. The other half belonged to Freya, who brought them to her own hall, Folkvanga, a place of eternal peace for those who fought bravely. In the Norse world, even death had options, and hers was the gentler one. Her power came from a deep well of emotion, joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She wept tears of pure gold when her husband Other vanished on his endless wanderings. Those tears fell to earth and became treasures buried in the ground. The Vikings used to say gold was Freya's tears, and to steal it without respect was to anger her. Freya also wielded Seidr, an ancient magic of fate and foresight. It was said she taught this art to Odin himself, which made her one of the most feared beings in all the realms. Seidr could twist destiny, curse enemies, and blur the line between life and death. It was power born from emotion, and Freya mastered it completely. She was as comfortable casting spells as she was commanding armies. Yet her myths show how misunderstood power can be. The gods often tried to bargain for her beauty. Once, 4 dwarves demanded that she spend a night with each of them in exchange for a magnificent necklace, the Brisingamen. She agreed, not out of lust, but because she saw the value of power that beauty could buy. That necklace became her signature, a symbol of desire, cunning, and the cost of agency in a world ruled by men and gods alike. Freya wasn't defined by obedience or love. She was defined by choice. She could be compassionate and cruel, gentle and terrifying all at once. When she rode into battle, she wore a cloak of falcon feathers, soaring over the chaos like a storm-given form. She was the spirit of life itself, unpredictable, irresistible, and untamed. The Vikings prayed to her not just for romance, but for strength, for fertility, for courage, for safe childbirth, and for victory. She embodied every contradiction of existence, beauty and blood, love and rage, creation and destruction. And that's why Freya endures. Because love, at its truest, isn't soft, it's powerful. It moves mountains, starts wars, saves lives, and demands sacrifices. And somewhere in that wild, divine balance of heart and blade, Freya still reigns, the goddess who proved that even love can roar like thunder. Half beautiful, half corpse, that's how the Norse described her. One side of hell glowed with the pale beauty of youth, the other was rotted, blackened flesh. She wasn't a goddess of hellfire or torment. She was something colder, older, and far more unsettling, the quiet keeper of what comes after. To the Vikings, hell wasn't evil, she was inevitable. Born of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, Hel came into the world alongside two brothers, Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, and Jörmungandr, the world serpent. The gods, terrified of their power, cast each child away. Odin hurled Hel into the underworld, commanding her to rule over those who died of sickness, age, or dishonor, anyone who didn't fall heroically in battle. She landed in the cold, misty realm that would bear her name, Helheim. There, at the farthest reaches of existence, Hel built her kingdom. It wasn't a pit of fire, but a gray, frozen world where the sun never reached. Rivers of ice wound through the land, and the roofs of her halls dripped with venom. Her throne was made of bones, and her hall was called Eljudnir, sprayed with snowstorm. Yet even there she ruled with order. The dead under her care weren't tortured. They were housed, sorted, remembered. She was stern, but she was fair. Unlike Odin or Thor, Hel didn't crave worship. She didn't strike with thunder or demand offerings. Her power came from certainty, the knowledge that every life, no matter how glorious, would one day pass through her gates. The Vikings didn't fear Hel herself. They feared dying without honor, because that meant ending up in her realm instead of Valhalla. But deep down, they knew most people would belong to her, and Hel accepted them all. Her myths are few but haunting. When her brother Fenrir was chained and her father Loki was punished, Hel's silence echoed louder than any scream. Yet when Baldur, the most beloved of all gods, died, it was Hel who held the power to return him. The gods pleaded with her to release him, but she set a test. Every being in the world had to weep for Baldur's death. Almost everyone did, except one, a giantess in disguise, said to be Loki himself. Because of that single act, Hel refused to let Baldur go. The message was clear. In death, even the gods had to play by her rules. She wasn't cruel, she was absolute. Where Odin fought fate, Hel enforced it. She was the one truth no weapon could defeat, no hero could outwit. Her realm wasn't hell, it was peace stripped of warmth, existence without heartbeat. And when Ragnarok finally comes, Hell will open her gates and lead her dead into battle, not in vengeance, but in duty. Because even the end of the world needs an undertaker. Hell's beauty and decay aren't opposites. They're a reminder that life and death are mirrors of the same truth. One nourishes the other. And in the stillness after the last breath, when thunder fades and fire dies, it's her cold hand that greets you, not as punishment, but as welcome home. Every sunrise wasn't just morning to the ancient Egyptians. It was a miracle. The fiery glow climbing over the desert horizon was Ra himself, the sun god, returning from his nightly voyage through darkness. He wasn't just light, he was life, order, and creation itself. Without him, the world would fall back into chaos. Ra was the first god, born from the waters of nothingness. He rose from the primordial sea on a lotus flower, bringing with him the first dawn. His eye became the sun, and his tears became humanity. Every heartbeat, every breath, every growing thing under the Egyptian sky owed its existence to him. He sailed his golden boat across the heavens by day, watching over the living, and by night he descended into the underworld to fight the serpent Apophis, a monster of pure darkness who tried to devour the sun. Each morning, when Ra emerged victorious, light returned, and the world was safe for another day. But Ra wasn't just a sun god. He was the God, the divine order holding the universe together. Even the other gods bowed to his power. Pharaohs claimed to be his descendants, calling themselves sons of Ra. To rule Egypt was to carry his light, not just politically, but spiritually. The sun's path across the sky mirrored the pharaoh's own life, rising, shining, and eventually sinking into the west, only to rise again through rebirth. Despite his brilliance, Ra grew weary. In one myth, when humanity rebelled against him, he unleashed his wrath through the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet. Her bloodlust nearly wiped out humankind, until Ra tricked her with beer dyed to look like blood. She drank until she forgot her rage, and the slaughter ended. It's a story that shows Ra's dual nature, merciful creator and relentless judge. As ages passed, Ra evolved. He merged with other bloods, Amun, the Hidden One, becoming Amun-Ra, ruler of both the visible and invisible worlds. His identity stretched beyond the sun. He became the eternal cycle of creation and decay, light and darkness, birth and death. To the Egyptians, Ra's daily journey through the sky was not metaphor, it was reality. When the sun vanished each evening, they believed he entered the underworld on a barge, accompanied by divine companions, battling demons until dawn. The stars were the spirits of those who guarded him along the way. And when dawn broke, it wasn't just light spilling over the horizon. It was triumph. Ra had once again defeated the endless serpent of night, proving that even chaos had limits. For over 3,000 years, no god shone brighter in the Egyptian imagination. Temples aligned with the sun's movement, prayers greeted his rising and setting, and his image, a man with a falcon's head crowned by the solar disk, became one of the most enduring symbols in history. Ra wasn't worshipped because people feared the dark. He was worshipped because he ended it. His story is a reminder that even when night feels endless, the dawn is inevitable, because somewhere beyond the horizon, the sun god still rides his golden ship, keeping the light alive. To the ancient Egyptians, death wasn't an ending, it was a doorway. And the one waiting beyond that door was Osiris, the green-skinned god of death, rebirth, and eternal renewal. He wasn't the destroyer of life. He was the proof that it never truly ends. His story wasn't about fear. It was about faith in what comes after. Long before he ruled the underworld, Osiris was a king. He reigned over Egypt in the time before time, a golden age of peace, justice, and abundance. He taught humanity how to farm the land, brew beer, and honor the gods. Under him, the Nile's floods were blessings, not curses. But paradise always invites envy, and Osiris's own brother Set grew jealous of his power. Set craved chaos, and Osiris stood for order, so one could not live while the other ruled. Set's betrayal was cunning. He threw a grand feast and presented a beautiful chest, promising it to whoever fit perfectly inside. When Osiris lay down to try it, Set slammed the lid shut, sealed it with molten lead, and hurled it into the Nile. The coffin drifted away, carrying the god-king's body into darkness. Egypt fell into despair. But Osiris's wife Isis refused to surrender. She scoured the world for her husband's body, and when she found it, she used her magic to bring him back, just long enough to conceive their son Horus. Then Set struck again, hacking Osiris's body into 14 pieces and scattering them across Egypt. Isis gathered every fragment, reassembled her husband, and wrapped him in linen, the first mummy. In doing so, she gave birth not only to resurrection, but to the very concept of immortality. Osiris could no longer rule the world of the living, but he became king of the dead, not in punishment, but in purpose. In his dark kingdom, he sat upon a throne of gold and judged the souls of the departed. Every Egyptian believed they would one day stand before him, their heart weighed against the feather of Maat, the goddess of truth and balance. A heart heavier than the feather meant a life of sin, and it would be devoured by Amit, the soul-eater. But if the scales balanced, the soul was welcomed into the field of reeds, an eternal Egypt where crops never failed and life never ended. Osiris became more than a god. He became the symbol of the Nile itself, dying when it receded, reborn when it flooded again. Each season echoed his myth, death feeding life, darkness birthing light. His green skin represented renewal, the endless cycle that kept Egypt alive. Pharaohs took his title in death, becoming Osiris themselves, believing they too would rise again. And in that faith, an entire civilization found peace with mortality. Osiris taught that endings aren't destruction, they're transformation. He ruled not through terror, but through patience, showing that even in decay there is dignity. And when the sun set each night, and Ra descended into the underworld, it was Osiris who greeted him, two eternal kings sharing the same truth. The night isn't death, it's preparation for the dawn. They called her the Great Mother, the throne, she who knows every name. Isis wasn't just a goddess, she was Egypt's beating heart, the living embodiment of devotion, magic, and love that defied even death. Her power didn't come from might or conquest, but from something stronger, the unwavering will to protect and restore what she loved. Long before she became Queen of Heaven, Isis was a mortal's dream of divinity, wise, compassionate, and unyielding. She was the sister and wife of Osiris, the perfect balance to his calm rule. Together they brought civilization to humanity. He taught the world to live justly, and she taught it to heal, to nurture, to believe in renewal. But when Osiris was betrayed and murdered by his brother Set, Isis's story became the greatest tale of devotion ever told. When Set sealed Osiris in a coffin and threw it into the Nile, Isis didn't weep, she searched. Disguised as a widow, she wandered across Egypt and beyond, following whispers and winds, until she found his body trapped in the roots of a tree. But before she could bring him home, Set found it first, tore the corpse apart and scattered its pieces across the desert. That should have been the end, but Isis refused to accept impossible. Piece by piece, she found him again, reassembling his body, wrapping him in linen, breathing life into him with spells so ancient the gods themselves listened in awe. For one night, love conquered death. From that union came Horus, their son, destined to avenge his father and restore order to the world. That moment, a mother creating life from loss to find Isis forever. She became the goddess of magic, motherhood, and resurrection. Her spells were so powerful that even Ra, the sun god, couldn't resist her. In one myth, she tricked him into revealing his secret name, giving her mastery over all gods and spirits. It wasn't cruelty, it was wisdom. She used knowledge as others used swords, bending the universe through empathy and intelligence. As Horus grew, Isis protected him from every danger Set sent his way: scorpions, storms, poisons, assassins. She hid him in the swamps of the Nile, nursing him in secret until he was strong enough to challenge his uncle. When Horus finally triumphed, Isis became the eternal mother figure of Egypt, the one who stands between chaos and order, between despair and hope. Her worship spread far beyond Egypt's borders, to Greece, Rome, and even into the temples of early Christianity, where her image as the mother of a divine child became something deeply familiar. She was love personified, not the soft, fragile kind, but the fierce, protective, all-consuming kind that can defy fate itself. Isis didn't just represent motherhood, she redefined it. She showed that creation isn't about perfection, but about endurance. That the truest magic in the world isn't lightning or curses. It's devotion that never breaks, no matter how many times the world tries to tear it apart. And when the Egyptians looked to the stars and saw the Milky Way glowing above the Nile, they said it was the milk of Isis flowing across the heavens, a reminder that love, once born, never truly dies. Before there were kings, before there were pyramids, there was Anubis, the jackal-headed god who stood at the edge of every soul's final journey. To the ancient Egyptians, death wasn't something to fear. It was a sacred passage, and Anubis was the guide who made sure that passage was fair, dignified, and eternal. He was one of the oldest gods in Egypt, older even than Osiris in some stories. In the beginning, Anubis was the sole ruler of the dead, the first caretaker of the afterlife. Later, when Osiris took the throne of the underworld, Anubis became his trusted guardian, not demoted, but elevated to something even more vital, the keeper of transition, the divine undertaker, the one who never left your side between death and eternity. Anubis's image was haunting but comforting, a man with the head of a black jackal, the same animal seen prowling around cemeteries at night. The Egyptians didn't see that as ominous. They saw it as protection. Jackals scavenged the dead, yes, but to them it meant Anubis was watching, making sure no soul or body was ever forgotten. He presided over the art of mummification, a sacred science meant to preserve not just the body, but the spirit's memory. When someone died, priests wearing Anubis masks performed the embalming rituals, invoking his name with every prayer and incision. It wasn't medicine, it was preparation for eternity. To the Egyptians, being forgotten was worse than dying, and Anubis ensured that never happened. But his role didn't end at the tomb. In the underworld, Anubis guided the dead to the Hall of Truth, where judgment awaited. There, in the presence of Osiris and the goddess Maat, he weighed each person's heart against a feather, not for punishment, but for balance. If the heart was light, free of sin and deceit, the soul entered the paradise of the field of reeds. But if it was heavy, burdened by wrongdoing, it was devoured by the monstrous Ammit. Anubis didn't decide the verdict. He simply held the scales. He was justice without bias, calm, quiet, and absolute. For a god of death, Anubis wasn't feared. He was trusted. Egyptians painted him on coffins, carved him into tomb walls, whispered his name in funerary rites. They believed he met every soul with the same expressionless patience, whether pharaoh or farmer. In a world obsessed with power, he was the one god who treated everyone equally, because death did too. He didn't crave worship or demand temples. His presence was everywhere, in the flicker of the embalming flame, in the silence after the last breath, in the weight of eternity pressing gently on mortal shoulders. He was the bridge between life and the afterlife, the dark figure who stood at the threshold not to frighten, but to guide. When the desert winds howled and the stars shimmered above the necropolises of Thebes and Giza, the Egyptians said Anubis was walking, checking the graves, counting the hearts, making sure that even in death the world remained in order, because to them immortality wasn't just about living forever, it was about being remembered. And no one remembered better than Anubis, the eternal guardian who never sleeps. They said the sky itself was his face, the sun his right eye, the moon his left. Horus wasn't just a god to the Egyptians. He was the living symbol of rightful rule, divine vengeance, and protection. Every pharaoh claimed to be his embodiment on earth, and if Osiris represented death and rebirth, then Horus was what came after, justice with wings. Horus was born from tragedy. His mother, Isis, conceived him in secret after her husband, Osiris, was murdered by his jealous brother, Set. Hidden among the reeds of the Nile Delta, she raised him away from the eyes of his father's killer. The boy grew up surrounded by whispers of his destiny. One day he would face the usurper and reclaim Egypt's throne. But that destiny wasn't handed to him. It had to be earned through suffering, patience, and cunning. When Horus came of age, the gods gathered to witness the trial of all ages, the contest between the rightful heir and the god of chaos. Their battles were brutal and strange, told in stories that blend violence with symbolism. Set tore out Horus's left eye. Horus, in turn, castrated Set. The world shook with their fury until Thoth, the god of wisdom, intervened and restored Horus's eye, transforming it into the Wedjot, the eye of Horus, a symbol of healing, protection, and divine sight. The myth said his eye could see both past and future. Nothing could hide from its gaze. In the end, the gods declared Horus the rightful ruler of Egypt, and Set was cast into the desert where his storms would forever rage, powerless to reclaim what he'd stolen. Horus ascended the throne, not as a conqueror, but as a restorer. The sky became his domain. His falcon form soared over the land, a watchful guardian over the living. To the Egyptians, every pharaoh was a living Horus, chosen by the gods to maintain Ma'at, the sacred balance between order and chaos. When a ruler died, he became Osiris, and his son became the new Horus. Life, death, rebirth, a divine loop of power that kept the world stable. It wasn't just religion, it was government, philosophy, and destiny rolled into one unbroken cycle. Horus's eye became one of the most powerful symbols in history. Sailors painted it on ships to protect them from storms. Tombs bore its mark to guard against evil spirits. Even today, its stylized shape, the curved lines, the spiral beneath the pupil, still appears on amulets, jewelry, and walls, as if the falcon god's gaze never left the world he once ruled. What made Horus so revered wasn't just his victory, it was what he represented. He was strength balanced by mercy, power tempered by justice. He avenged his father, yes, but he also built something lasting afterward. In every sunrise over the Nile, the Egyptians saw Horus's wings stretching across the sky, his eyes shining with light. He was the promise that chaos could be conquered, that order could be restored, and that the divine still watched over the mortal world. And in that golden light they saw not just a god, but the eternal image of a kingdom reborn every morning. To the Romans, thunder didn't just echo, it commanded. Every flash across the sky was the voice of Jupiter, king of the gods, hurling his authority through the clouds. He was their Zeus, but colder, stricter, and far more political. Where Zeus ruled through passion and power, Jupiter ruled through law and empire. He wasn't just a god, he was the divine reflection of Rome itself, disciplined, unyielding, and destined to dominate the world. Jupiter began as a sky god, the protector of oaths and the keeper of justice. Before marble temples and golden statues, farmers prayed to him from hilltops, offering grain and wine in exchange for rain and mercy. But as Rome grew, from a cluster of villages into an empire, Jupiter evolved with it. He became Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest, god of victory, law, and divine right. His temple on the Capitoline Hill became the heart of Rome, the place where generals offered sacrifices before war and returned to dedicate their triumphs. He was the ultimate authority, the god who watched over contracts, punishments, and politics. When senators debated, when armies swore allegiance, when emperors made proclamations, they did so under Jupiter's gaze. He wasn't just a deity of storms, he was the storm of statecraft. Even his thunderbolts weren't symbols of chaos, they were signatures of judgment. To break an oath under his name was more dangerous than defying any mortal emperor. Jupiter's mythology mirrors Zeus's, but it carried a Roman edge, less personal scandal, more civic duty. He shared the heavens with his wife Juno and his daughter Minerva, forming the Capitoline Triad, the holy trio that symbolized Roman strength, power, protection, and wisdom. His domain wasn't a mountain like Olympus, but the empire itself, every legion, every citizen, every road that stretched under the sun. Yet Jupiter wasn't without his tempers. He could be merciful, but betrayal enraged him. When mortals broke sacred vows or empires grew arrogant, his storms came like warnings, thunder cracking over marble cities, lightning setting forests aflame. The Romans saw this not as wrath, but as correction. Jupiter didn't destroy for pleasure, he struck to restore balance. More than any other god, Jupiter's image became inseparable from leadership. Every Roman general dreamed of carrying his favor. Victories were Jovian gifts, and disasters were signs that his trust had been lost. Even emperors, men worshipped as gods themselves, bowed to Jupiter, recognizing that their crowns were temporary, but his rule was eternal. He wasn't worshipped in whispers. His name thundered through armies, echoed in law courts, and was carved on every coin. His eagle became the emblem of Rome's legions, soaring ahead of conquests that would carry his authority across continents. To raise the Roman standard was to raise Jupiter's will. And when lightning struck, on a temple, a field, or a battlefield, Romans didn't flinch. They saw it as a direct message, a command, a warning, or a blessing from the God who never needed to show his face to be obeyed. Jupiter didn't represent love or mercy. He represented order, divine, unbreakable, and absolute. and as long as the empire stood, his presence loomed over every thundercloud, reminding mortals that kings may reign for a lifetime, but the God of the sky rules forever. When the Romans looked out at the restless blue horizon, they didn't just see water. They saw a kingdom, a roaring, living empire ruled by Neptune, god of the sea. To sailors, he was both protector and executioner, a god whose mood could shift as violently as the tides. One moment, calm and generous, the next storming with thunder and vengeance. Neptune was Rome's answer to Poseidon, not a copy, but a refinement. Where the Greeks imagined a wild god of emotion, the Romans saw something grander, the ruler of a vast, unpredictable frontier. The sea, to them, was the edge of the empire, the unknown, and Neptune was its emperor. His domain stretched farther than any legion could march. He controlled not just the waters of the earth, but the power beneath them. Earthquakes, springs, and rivers all bowed to his trident. When his chariot raced across the waves, pulled by seahorses and creatures, half fish, half beast, the ocean flattened beneath his wheels. Sailors swore that the sea turned mirror still when Neptune passed, the calm before a god's command. But he wasn't always serene. When humans grew arrogant or forgot their prayers, Neptune reminded them who ruled the depths. Shipwrecks, storms, and tsunamis were his signature. Yet even his fury had purpose. The Romans didn't see Neptune's wrath as cruelty. They saw it as balance. To disrespect the sea was to break a sacred pact with the divine. Before every voyage, sailors poured wine into the water, whispering his name for safe passage. Every harbor, every fleet, every conquest across the Mediterranean began with an offering to Neptune. He was also the god of horses, a connection that seems strange until you realize how the Romans saw the world. Both the sea and horses embodied power that had to be tamed, guided, and respected. Chariots thundered on land as waves thundered at sea, and Neptune ruled both with the same commanding hand. In fact, the Romans celebrated Neptunalia, a midsummer festival where they built shelters of branches, feasted, and prayed for water and protection, a humble nod to the unpredictable god who could drown or deliver them. Unlike Jupiter's lightning or Mars's bloodshed, Neptune's power was subtle but unstoppable. He didn't roar from the heavens, he rose silently from the deep. His presence could be felt in the hush before a storm, in the shifting weight of the tide, in the moment a sailor's courage faltered at the sight of an endless horizon. He was patience and violence fused into one divine force. Temples to Neptune weren't built inland. They stood near ports, at the edge of cliffs, or beside rivers that fed the empire's arteries. Offerings of coral, fish, and salt were laid at his altars, symbols of the wealth he gave and the danger he commanded. Even Rome's greatest generals, before launching naval campaigns, would sacrifice to him first, because to rule the world, one had to rule the sea. Neptune wasn't just a god to the Romans. He was a metaphor for the empire itself, beautiful, vast, and dangerous when disrespected. Every voyage, every victory, every new shore touched by Roman sails carried his invisible mark. and when thunder rolled across the waves, sailors didn't call it a storm. They called it Neptune speaking, reminding the world that beneath the calm surface, the deep still belonged to him. Blood wasn't just the cost of Rome's greatness, it was its language. Every victory, every scar, every echo of marching boots was a prayer to Mars, the god who turned conflict into civilization. He wasn't born from rage like the Greek Ares. He was born from purpose. For the Romans, Mars wasn't a destroyer. He was the architect of power, the divine embodiment of discipline, loyalty, and unstoppable momentum. Before he was a god of battle, Mars was a god of the fields, of planting, growth, and the turning of seasons. To the early Romans, war and harvest were one and the same. The plow and the spear were twins. Both cut through resistance to bring life. As Rome expanded, Mars evolved with it, transforming from a rustic guardian into the ultimate symbol of conquest and order. His festivals marked not the chaos of battle, but the precision of it, the start of the military year, when soldiers sharpened blades and farmers readied their soil. Creation and destruction united in rhythm. He was said to be the father of Romulus and Remus, the founders of Rome, proof that Mars's blood ran through the veins of the empire itself. Every Roman believed they were his descendants, and every soldier marching under the red banner of the legions carried that divine inheritance. His spirit wasn't in the carnage, but in the discipline, the strict ranks, the synchronized steps, the unity that made Rome unstoppable. Temples to Mars stood at the edges of cities where civilization met wilderness. Before battle, generals would lead sacrifices, asking Mars for strength and clarity. After victory, they'd return to dedicate spoils and prisoners in his honor. Augustus built the great temple of Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, as a reminder that Roman vengeance was not chaos, but justice. Even the month of March, Martiunus, was named for him, marking the season when the earth awoke and soldiers prepared for campaign. But Mars was more than a god of killing. He was a god of control. The Romans didn't pray to him for bloodshed. They prayed for restraint, for victory without ruin. He represented virtus, the moral strength to do what must be done, even when it's hard. To displease Mars wasn't to lose a battle, it was to lose honor. His symbols told the story of balance, the spear, the wolf, and the woodpecker. The spear, precise and unerring, the wolf, fierce yet loyal, protector of Rome's founders, the woodpecker, small but relentless, representing perseverance. Mars was not chaos. He was the discipline that tamed it. When a Roman soldier stood before an enemy line, he didn't imagine the blood that would fall. He imagined Mars watching. Every thrust of the spear, every shield raised, every formation held was a tribute to the god who made war sacred. Mars didn't crave violence for its own sake. He represented the eternal truth that peace only holds meaning when someone strong enough defends it. He was the heartbeat of the Roman Empire, steady, proud, and unstoppable. And in the silence after battle, when the dust settled and the fires cooled, The Romans would whisper his name, not in fear, but in gratitude. Because Mars didn't just win wars, he built the world that survived them. Before love had poetry, it had power. And that power wore the face of Venus. She wasn't the soft muse of candlelit longing or gentle hearts. She was love as an empire, beauty as a weapon, and desire as destiny. Every glance, every temptation, every whispered vow owed something to her, the goddess who could make gods kneel and armies fall without ever lifting a blade. Venus was said to have risen from the foam of the sea, born full-grown in a moment so dazzling that the world itself paused to watch. The waves became silk beneath her, and the wind stilled as if afraid to disturb her grace. She was creation made visible, the divine force that draws everything together, gods to mortals, hearts to hearts, chaos to order. But Venus's beauty wasn't passive, it was strategy. When the world forgot the strength of tenderness, she remembered it. She was passionate, yes, but she was also a politician. When she chose Mars, the god of war, as her lover, it wasn't a scandal. It was balanced. Love and war, attraction and aggression, two sides of the same eternal dance. From that union came Harmonia, the goddess of peace, proving that even conflict could give birth to harmony when guided by love. Her presence haunted both hearts and history. To the Romans, Venus was far more than a goddess. She was lineage. The hero Aeneas, who escaped the ruins of Troy and founded the line that would become Rome, was her son. Through him, every emperor, every general, every citizen could claim descent from her. That made Venus not just the goddess of beauty, but the divine mother of the empire itself. When Rome conquered, it did so under the blessing of love incarnate. Temples to Venus shimmered across the empire, not cloisters of quiet worship, but vibrant, living places filled with offerings of perfume, flowers, and art. Lovers prayed to her for passion, soldiers prayed to her for luck, and rulers prayed to her for loyalty and prosperity. She was as much about devotion as desire, as much about survival as seduction. Yet Venus was without mercy. Those who mocked love or misused beauty found her vengeance poetic and swift. She could ruin as easily as she could bless, twisting affection into obsession, pride into heartbreak. To cross her was to learn that love's power cuts both ways. But beneath the divine drama, Venus carried a lesson the Romans never forgot. Beauty isn't weakness, and emotion isn't surrender. The power to inspire, to unite, to move, that was the deepest kind of strength. Empires crumble, marble cracks, thrones fall, but the force that drives one soul toward another endures. Venus's legacy still lingers in every act of longing, in every creation born from love rather than fear. She was the proof that affection can shape history, that what begins as a spark between two hearts can outlast nations. Because love, when wielded by a goddess, doesn't just conquer the world, it remakes it. No fire, no brimstone, just silence. Endless, absolute, and sovereign. That was Pluto's kingdom. To the Romans, he wasn't a devil or a tormentor. He was inevitability itself. The god of the underworld ruled not through fear, but through certainty. Every breath, every empire, every victory eventually led to him, and he waited patiently, because he always won in the end. Pluto, known to the Greeks as Hades, was the brother of Jupiter and Neptune. When the three divided the cosmos after defeating the Titans, the sky went to Jupiter, the sea to Neptune, and the shadow depths to Pluto. His domain laid beneath the living world, a vast realm of quiet, where wealth and death were one and the same. In fact, his name, Pluton, means the wealthy one. To the Romans, that wasn't irony, it was truth. All riches, gold, silver, jewels came from beneath the earth, and so did every soul. Pluto was the master of both fortune and finality. He was not cruel, he did not torture. He ruled with order, detachment, and an authority that needed no thunderbolts or armies. His laws were unbreakable, and even the gods respected his realm's boundaries. No mortal could enter and leave freely except with his permission or his favor. That favor was rare. His most famous story is the abduction of Proserpina, the daughter of Ceres. Pluto saw her among the flowers and loved her instantly. Or perhaps claimed is more accurate, for love among gods was rarely gentle. He swept her away to the underworld, making her his king. Her mother's grief froze the world, and nothing grew until she was returned. But she had eaten pomegranate seeds from Pluto's garden, binding her to the underworld forever. So a compromise was struck, half the year with her mother, half with her husband. When she returned above, spring blossomed. When she descended, winter reigned. Thus the Romans said the seasons were born, a love story written in cycles of loss and return. Unlike his brothers, Pluto preferred solitude to worship. He had few temples and fewer prayers. People spoke his name in hushed tones, fearing that to draw his attention was to invite him closer. Offerings to him were made at night, in darkness, with the right hand turned downward, gift sent to the depths, not the heavens. He didn't demand devotion, he demanded respect. The underworld he ruled was layered and complex. Rivers of fire, forgetfulness, and sorrow wound through it. The good and the wicked weren't punished or rewarded as in later faiths. They were simply judged, measured, and placed. Pluto didn't play favorites. He understood what few gods did, that balance, not glory, sustains eternity. Even now, his image endures, not as a monster, but as the quiet king of what waits beyond. He represents the truth no empire could conquer, no army could defeat, no ruler could escape. Jupiter ruled the sky, Neptune ruled the sea, but Pluto ruled everything. When the Romans buried their dead, they whispered his name like a promise and a farewell, because in the end all roads led downward, and at the end of every path Pluto stood waiting, not as an enemy, but as a keeper of what once was, watching over the wealth of the world, the memory of everything that ever lived. Before the universe had form, there was Vishnu, floating in the endless cosmic ocean, dreaming the worlds into being. Where other gods ruled with fire or thunder, Vishnu ruled with balance. He wasn't the destroyer or the creator. He was the one who made sure everything in existence stayed in harmony. The calm center of the storm, the eternal preserver of life. In Hindu belief, Vishnu is one of the great three, alongside Brahma, the creator, and Shiva, the destroyer, together forming the Trimurti, the cycle that keeps the cosmos alive. Brahma builds, Shiva transforms, but Vishnu sustains. He's the heartbeat of creation, the force that keeps chaos from swallowing the world whole. Without him, existence would crumble under its own weight. Vishnu's role isn't to watch from afar. Whenever the universe tilts too far toward darkness, he intervenes. He descends to earth in different forms called avatars, divine incarnations born to restore balance. In the ancient epics, his avatars appear again and again as Rama, the warrior king who slayed the demon Ravana, as Krishna, the mischievous god of love and wisdom, even as a fish, a boar, or a lion man when the world needed him most. Each avatar carries a lesson that divinity adapts, evolves, and walks among mortals when the world forgets what's right. But Vishnu himself is no less awe-inspiring. He's often depicted reclining on the endless serpent Shesha, floating in the cosmic sea, his eyes half closed in serene awareness. In his hands he holds 4 symbols of his power: a conch shell that echoes creation's first sound, a discus that cuts through illusion, a lotus symbolizing purity, and a mace representing strength. His skin is blue, not just as the color of sky and sea, but as the mark of infinity. To look upon Vishnu was to look at eternity made gentle. He's also the god of compassion, the protector who never turns away. Devotees describe him as kind, patient, and impossibly understanding. While other deities may test, Vishnu guides. In the Bhagavad Gita, it's Vishnu's avatar, Krishna, who teaches Arjuna, the warrior prince, about duty, purpose, and the nature of the soul. Whenever righteousness fades and injustice rises, I manifest myself. It's not poetry, it's a promise. Unlike gods of destruction or vengeance, Vishnu doesn't seek worship out of fear. His temples are filled not with dread, but devotion, songs of love, hope, and gratitude. People see him not as a distant ruler, but as a divine friend, forever watching over creation. And even in the grand cosmic ending, when the stars burn out and the universe dissolves into darkness, Vishnu's story doesn't end. He remains, floating once more in the void, dreaming the next creation into being. It's said that each breath he takes is the birth and death of a universe. Endless cycles unfolding like waves on the sea of infinity. Vishnu's greatness isn't in power alone, it's in patience. He's the God who endures, who preserves, who waits until the world finds its balance again. And when the night of creation grows too long, he'll open his eyes, and the universe will begin anew, with the calm and quiet assurance that Vishnu still watches over it all. What happens when creation itself needs to die? That's when Shiva opens his eyes, the destroyer, the transformer, the silent power between every heartbeat of the universe. Shiva isn't chaos, he's clarity. He tears down illusions, burns away ego, and clears the stage so new life can rise from the ashes. In Hindu mythology, he's not feared for ending things. He's revered for reminding existence that nothing beautiful lasts unless it's willing to change. Shiva is one of the Trimurti, the sacred trinity of Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. But his destruction isn't evil. It's a sacred necessity. The universe moves in cycles: birth, growth, decay, rebirth. Without Shiva, there would be no rebirth, only stagnation. He is the reset button of the cosmos, the stillness between every inhale and exhale of reality. He lives apart from the other gods, dwelling in the Himalayas, covered in ash, his hair wild, his mind perfectly calm. Snakes coil around his neck, a crescent moon crowns his head, and the river Ganga flows from his tangled locks. He sits in meditation so deep that even time seems to pause around him. Yet when he rises to dance, the universe trembles. His Tandava is the dance of creation and destruction, a cosmic rhythm that keeps existence itself in motion. Shiva's dual nature is what makes him divine. He is both ascetic and lover, both terrifying and tender. When he meditates, he embodies stillness so absolute that even gods approach him with reverence. When he acts, his energy is unstoppable, fiery, raw, purifying. He's the god who drinks the poison that would destroy the world, holding it in his throat until it turns blue. They call him Nilkant, the blue-throated one, a symbol of self-sacrifice for the sake of balance. His consort, Parvati, is not just his wife, but her other half, the embodiment of power, or Shakti. Together, they represent the harmony between consciousness and energy, the stillness and the movement that make life possible. Without him, he is pure awareness without form. Without her, she is raw energy without direction. Together, they are the pulse of creation. Shiva's followers, the Shaivites, see him as the path to liberation, moksha. They smear ash on their skin to remind themselves that all things return to dust. They chant his name, Om Namah Shivaya, not out of fear, but out of awe for the God who sees destruction as just another face of life. He is also the most human of the gods, flawed, emotional, unpredictable, yet infinitely compassionate. He can burn a god to ash with a glance, then sit quietly among the poor and the mad, blessing them with peace. He destroys illusions not to punish, but to awaken. And when the universe finally reaches its end, when the stars fade and the worlds crumble, it is said that Shiva will dance one last time. With every step, galaxies will fall, time will stop, and silence will reign again. But even then, it won't be the end, because when the dust settles, creation will begin anew, and Shiva, the eternal transformer, will sit once more in meditation, waiting for the next breath of the universe. They say every story needs a beginning, and in Hindu mythology, that beginning has a name: Brahma, the Creator, the God who breathed the first spark into the void and shaped the universe from nothing. He's the architect of existence, the divine mind that imagined everything, from galaxies and mountains to gods and humans, and then set it all spinning in motion. But like all things he made, even Brahma's story carries a lesson about creation, pride, and impermanence. According to legend, Brahma was born from a lotus that blossomed out of Vishnu's navel as he floated in the cosmic ocean. When Brahma opened his eyes, he found himself utterly alone, surrounded by endless darkness. So he set to work. From his thoughts he created light, the heavens, the earth, and the hidden layers in between. From his body he formed the first beings, gods, demons, and mortals. And from his 4 mouths came the Vedas, the sacred scriptures that would guide the world. Each mouth also faced a different direction, symbolizing that his knowledge saw all, knew all, and reached everywhere. But Brahma's creation wasn't just physical, it was spiritual. He gave form to time, language, and thought itself. He didn't sculpt mountains, he sculpted meaning. To create for Brahma was to imagine, and in that imagination everything took root. Yet, even the Creator is not above flaw. One story says Brahma fell in love with his own creation, his daughter Saraswati, the goddess of wisdom and music. As she moved away from him, he sprouted extra heads to keep her in sight. In the end, Shiva, the destroyer, intervened, severing one of Brahma's heads to humble him. The message was clear. Even the act of creation must bow to balance. Pride has no place in divine order. Brahma's companion, Saraswati, became the voice to his vision, knowledge to his creation. Together they represent the inseparable link between wisdom and invention. Without Saraswati's insight, Brahma's universe would have been empty. Without Brahma's creativity, her wisdom would have had nothing to shape. Every creation needs both the dream and the understanding. Despite his cosmic role, Brahma is rarely worshipped in modern times. While temples to Vishnu and Shiva stretch across India, Brahma has only a handful, the most famous being in Pushkar, Rajasthan. The reason? The myths say that his moment of creation was brief, and his work is done. The world is now in the hands of those who preserve and transform, Vishnu and Shiva. The Creator stepped back, letting his children live out the story he began. Still, Brahma remains the silent beginning behind every beginning. Every new idea, every invention, every birth carries a spark of his divine impulse, the need to bring something into existence where there was once nothing. He may not demand devotion, but he lingers in the heartbeat of creativity itself. because creation isn't a single act. It's an endless rhythm. The universe expands, collapses, and begins again. And somewhere in that infinite cycle, Brahma opens his eyes once more, ready to dream another world into being. She rides a lion, 8 arms blazing with weapons, her eyes calm but fierce, the embodiment of power wrapped in grace. Durga isn't the goddess you pray to when you're afraid. She's the one you summon when you decide to fight back. In Hindu mythology, she is the divine warrior, the slayer of demons, the unstoppable force of good, born from the combined power of all the gods. When the universe trembles and chaos rises, it's Durga who appears, serene, radiant, and terrifying to behold. Her story begins with a crisis. A demon named Mahishasura, half man, half buffalo, had gained a boon that no man or god could kill him. With his invincible arrogance, he stormed the heavens, driving out the gods and claiming their thrones. Defeated and desperate, the gods turned to the one source of strength they had left, the feminine divine. From their collective energy, a blinding light burst forth, and from that light, Durga was born. She was perfection, shaped from fury, eyes of Vishnu, face of Shiva, strength of Indra, and grace of Brahma. The gods gave her their weapons, Shiva's trident, Vishnu's discus, Indra's thunderbolt, and 1,000 more. Her mount, the lion, symbolized her untamed courage. When she rode into battle, the sky itself blazed with gold and fire. For 9 nights and 10 days, Durga fought Mahishasura and his armies. The earth shook beneath her, mountains split, and oceans boiled. The demon changed form again and again, a lion, an elephant, a giant. But Durga met each with unwavering calm. And when he finally lunged at her in his true form, she drove her trident through his heart. The gods roared in triumph. The heavens were restored. The age of chaos ended with a woman's hand. That moment became eternal. The victory of light over darkness, courage over despair, and justice over arrogance. Every year during Navaratri, Hindus celebrate those 9 nights of battle, honoring Durga not just as a goddess, but as a reminder that strength and compassion can share the same heart. She isn't just a destroyer of evil, she's the protector of balance. She destroys not out of wrath, but necessity. Durga's power, called Shakti, is the living energy that fuels all creation. Without it, even gods are powerless. She represents the divine feminine, not gentle, not submissive, but fierce, creative, and self-assured. In her, the world sees that power doesn't need cruelty, and compassion doesn't need weakness. She is the harmony of both. In every depiction, she smiles as she fights, not because battle pleases her, but because she knows it must be done. She fights not for glory, but for peace. Her victory isn't domination, it's restoration. Even today, her story feels timeless. Whenever someone stands against injustice, whenever courage rises from despair, that's Durga moving through the world again, the lion's roar echoing in human hearts. because Durga doesn't just slay demons in myth. She slays them wherever they hide, in cruelty, in fear, in silence. And she reminds us that true divinity isn't about ruling creation. It's about protecting it. They say time itself wears her face, dark, wild, and unstoppable. Kali is the goddess who doesn't just end worlds, she ends illusions. Where other gods preserve and protect, she tears away the masks that keep mortals clinging to false comfort. To the fearful, she is dead. To the wise, she is liberation. She is the fire that burns ignorance, the night that devours all pretense. Terrifying, yes, but also profoundly compassionate in the way only truth can be. Kali was born from rage, not malice. In one of her most famous stories, the goddess Durga was battling the demon Raktabija, a monster whose spilled blood birthed a new demon with every drop that hit the ground. No god could stop him. Every wound multiplied his army. So Durga summoned her own fury, and from her brow Kali emerged. Naked, dark as midnight, her hair wild, her tongue red with battle. She swept through the battlefield like a storm. She devoured the demons whole, drank their blood before it could fall, and ended their endless regeneration. With every roar the earth shook, but when it was over, there was silence, pure and holy. That's Kali. Destruction as purification. She doesn't destroy for pleasure. She destroys so that life can begin again. Her name means the Black One, but it's not about color, it's about infinity. Black is the color that absorbs everything, just as Kali absorbs time itself. In her, all beginnings and endings merge into one. Her imagery is shocking. A garland of severed heads, a skirt of arms, standing atop the still body of Shiva himself. But this isn't chaos, it's symbolism. The severed heads represent the ego, ignorance, and attachment she cuts away. The arms are human action, offered to her in surrender. And Shiva, lying calm beneath her, isn't defeated. He's the silent awareness that grounds her energy. Together, they embody the balance between destruction and consciousness, motion and stillness, fury and peace. Kali isn't the goddess you go to for comfort. She's the one you go to when you're ready for transformation. Her devotees don't beg her to make life easier. They ask her to strip away everything that's false. To stand before her is to stand before raw truth, the kind that humbles and frees at the same time. Yet for all her ferocity, Kali is deeply maternal. In Bengal, she's called Ma Kali, Mother Kali. Her devotees see her not as killer, but as the mother who loves her children enough to destroy what harms them. They believe her darkness isn't evil, it's protective, like the night that allows sleep, or the womb that holds creation before birth. In the end, Kali is both the devourer and the deliverer. She reminds us that life is temporary, ego is fragile, and time spares no one. But in that truth lies freedom, the release from fear, because once you understand that everything changes, you stop clinging, and in that letting go, you finally live. Kali's dance is terrifying only if you resist it. But if you let her lead, you realize she's not dancing on your ruin, she's dancing on your rebirth. The world was once dark, silent and cold, until Amaterasu opened her eyes. She is the radiant sun of Japan's Shinto mythology, the light that gives life to gods and mortals alike. Her name means shining in heaven, and that's exactly what she does, illuminating not just the sky, but the soul of everything beneath it. Where she goes, warmth follows. When she hides, even the gods tremble. Amaterasu was born from the divine creator Izanagi, who washed his face after escaping the underworld. From his left eye came the sun goddess, from his right the moon god Tsukuyomi, and from his nose the storm god Susanoo. But while her brothers brought chaos and change, Amaterasu brought order. She became queen of the heavens, her light nourishing crops, guiding life and marking the rhythm of time itself. Yet even the goddess of light has shadows. The most famous tale of Amaterasu is not about her shining, it's about when she refused to. Her brother Susanoo, wild and destructive, insulted her with cruelty and chaos, slaughtering one of her sacred animals in a fit of rage. Horrified and heartbroken, Amaterasu withdrew into a cave, sealing herself away from the world. Instantly, her light vanished. The heavens dimmed, the earth froze, and the gods panicked. To coax her out, the deities gathered outside her cave and devised a plan. They hung mirrors and jewels from a sacred tree and began to sing, laugh, and dance. The goddess Ame no Uzume performed a wild, joyful dance that made the other gods roar with laughter. Curious, Amaterasu peeked out and saw her own reflection shining from the mirror. For the first time, she saw herself not as a burden, but as beauty itself. She stepped out, light returned to the world, and the balance of heaven was restored. That moment, a goddess rediscovering her own worth became one of Japan's most powerful myths. The mirror she saw herself in became one of the 3 sacred treasures of Japan, representing wisdom and truth. The lesson was timeless. Even the brightest light can doubt itself, and even gods need reminding that their radiance matters. Amaterasu's presence runs deep through Japanese culture. The imperial family claims descent from her, linking divine light to earthly leadership. Temples dedicated to her, especially the grand shrine of Ise, remain among the holiest places in Japan, rebuilt every 20 years to symbolize renewal and continuity. She is not just worshipped, she is lived through tradition, art, and spirit. But Amaterasu isn't a goddess of constant perfection. Her story isn't about never faltering, it's about returning. She embodies the truth that even light can hide, that even warmth can retreat, but what defines it is the choice to shine again. Every sunrise, the Japanese say her name, not always aloud, but in reverence. Because when dawn spills over the horizon and the cold night fades, that's Amaterasu awakening once more, stepping out of her cave, reminding the world that no matter how long the darkness lasts, the light will always find its way back. If Amaterasu was the sun, then Susanoo was the storm that challenged it. He's the thunder in the mountains, the rage of the sea, and the wild, unpredictable heart of Japan's ancient myths. Where his sister ruled through grace and light, Susanoo ruled through emotion, fierce, impulsive, and utterly human. He could destroy as easily as he could save, and that made him both feared and beloved. Born from the nose of the creator god Izanagi, Susanoo was the storm incarnate, chaotic, loud, and restless. From the moment he came into being, his nature clashed with order. The seas churned when he wept, the wind screamed when he raged. While Amaterasu ascended to rule the heavens, Susanoo was given dominion over the oceans, a realm as volatile as he was. But Susanoo never accepted his place quietly. He longed for something more, the recognition of his sister, the sun herself. When he went to say farewell before leaving heaven, Amaterasu didn't believe him. To prove his intentions were pure, the two gods performed a ritual challenge, creating new deities from each other's weapons, a symbolic act of trust. For a moment, it seemed peace might hold, but Susanoo's temper betrayed him. In a fit of reckless pride, he rampaged through her halls, tearing up her rice fields, flinging a flayed horse into her weaving room, and causing the death of one of her attendants. Horrified, Amaterasu sealed herself in a cave, and the world went dark. Banished from heaven for his offense, Susanoo wandered the earth, angry, ashamed, but not broken. And there, in exile, that his greatest act was born. In the land of Izumo, he found a family weeping beside a river. A monstrous 8-headed serpent, the Amata no Orochi, had been devouring their daughters one by one. Only one remained, the youngest, Kunshinada Hime. Moved by their despair, and perhaps by guilt of his own, Susanoo vowed to slay the beast. He devised a plan. He turned the girl into a comb to keep her safe, brewed 8 barrels of sacred sake, and placed them outside each of the serpent's heads. When the monster drank itself into a stupor, Susanoo struck. His blade flashed like lightning, severing head after head until the serpent lay still. As he cut open its tail, his sword struck metal, and from within the beast's body he pulled forth the legendary blade Kusanagi no Tsurugi, the grass-cutting sword, a weapon destined to become one of Japan's 3 imperial treasures. In that moment, the storm found redemption. The same God who had plunged the world into darkness brought it back into balance through courage, not chaos. He offered the sacred sword to Amaterasu as a symbol of apology, and their bond, though scarred, was mended. Susanoo is the embodiment of contradiction, destructive yet protective, wrathful yet heroic. He is proof that chaos isn't always evil. Sometimes it's just passion misdirected. And when guided by purpose, even the storm can become salvation. Every flash of lightning, every crash of thunder across Japan's coasts carries his spirit, the reminder that wildness isn't weakness, it's power, waiting for a cause worthy enough to unleash it. The night sky needed a balance to the sun's brilliance, and from the right eye of the creator god Izanagi, Tsukuyomi was born. Calm where others raged, distant where others burned, he became the god of the moon, ruler of the silver heavens. If Amaterasu's light gave life, Tsukuyomi's glow gave reflection, the quiet, watchful wisdom of the night. He was beauty without warmth, illumination without noise, the still mirror that caught the sun's fading fire. Tsukuyomi was Amaterasu's brother, and for a time her equal. Together they ruled the day and night, creating perfect balance, one following the other, never overlapping, never in conflict. But as with all things divine, harmony rarely lasts. Their bond shattered over a moment of purity and pride. According to legend, Amaterasu once sent Tsukuyomi as her representative to a grand feast hosted by Ukemochi, the goddess of food. When Tsukuyomi arrived, Ukemochi honored him by preparing a banquet, but the method horrified him. She produced food from her mouth, her nose, and even her body. Divine, yes, but deeply strange. Disgusted by what he saw as filth, he struck her down where she stood. When Amaterasu learned what he had done, her fury blazed brighter than the sun itself. She declared she would never look upon him again. And so, day and night were separated forever. Amaterasu ruling the sunlit sky, Tsukuyomi banished to the darkness, destined to follow her, but never meet. That's why the moon and sun share the same path, but never touch. A divine heartbreak written across the heavens. In Japan's oldest myths, Tsukuyomi's role is quieter than his siblings. He doesn't roar like Susanoo or shine like Amaterasu. He rules through reflection, the moonlight that softens the world's edges, the glow that turns night into beauty rather than terror. He represents order, rhythm, and calm, the cycles of time and emotion, the understanding that even darkness has its own kind of light. Unlike his fiery sister or tempestuous brother, Tsukuyomi embodies restraint. His silence is not emptiness, but serenity. In art, he's depicted as a noble, elegant figure, bathed in silver light, holding the moon like a lantern. He doesn't chase the sun. He honors her from afar. Letting their dance across the sky remind mortals that even distance can be devotion. For the Japanese, Tsukuyomi's moonlight isn't cold, it's contemplative. Poets, lovers, and wanderers have long looked up at his face in the night sky and found solace in his stillness. Where the sun demands attention, the moon invites thought. It's the light of dreams, of secrets, of quiet understanding. Tsukuyomi is the divine reminder that balance isn't always harmony. Sometimes it's separation. The sun and moon don't need to touch to complete each other. One burns, one cools. One blinds, one reveals. And every night, when the world softens into silver, it's Tsukuyomi who keeps watch, patient, distant, eternal, the silent witness to the sun's endless flame. They say prosperity has 1,000 faces, but in Japan, it has one name, Inari Okami. Gentle yet mysterious, humble yet divine, Inari is the god of rice, fertility, and abundance, the quiet power that makes life thrive. Where other gods shake the heavens or rule the oceans, Inari works in whispers, in the rustle of rice fields, the scent of harvest, the flicker of a fox darting through the mist. Inari's origins are ancient and fluid, stretching back over 1,000 years. Unlike many deities, Inari doesn't belong to one gender, sometimes male, sometimes female, sometimes both. The god's form shifts like the wind across the paddies, reflecting the belief that creation itself defies boundaries. To farmers, Inari was a kind protector who ensured good harvests. To merchants and craftsmen, a bringer of wealth and success. To families, a guardian spirit watching over home and hearth. But what makes Inari truly captivating are the messengers, the kitsune, the divine foxes that serve as the gods' intermediaries. They're playful, cunning, and sacred, bridging the human and the divine. Statues of them stand guard at Inari's shrines, often holding symbolic objects in their mouths, keys for storehouses, jewels for prosperity, scrolls for wisdom. Foxes in Japanese lore aren't just tricksters, they are teachers of balance, beings that remind mortals that good fortune comes to those who respect the unseen forces that sustain life. The most famous shrine to Inari is Fushimi Inari Taisha in Kyoto, with its thousands of crimson torii gates winding up Mount Inari. Walking through those gates feels like slipping between worlds, each archway a silent prayer for abundance, each step an echo of devotion stretching back centuries. Merchants once offered rice and sake at these shrines, asking for blessings on their trade. Today, business owners still do, though the offerings might come in the form of coins, prayers, or digital symbols of success. The god of rice became the god of modern fortune, a divine entrepreneur adapting with the times. Inari isn't just about wealth or crops. They embody growth. The rice sprout pushing through soil, the fox darting unseen through twilight, the spark of creativity that turns effort into reward, all are Inari's fingerprints. The god's energy is nurturing yet unpredictable, rewarding those who act with sincerity and humility. To the greedy, fortune turns to dust. To the grateful, it multiplies quietly. And like the changing seasons, Inari's spirit reminds people that prosperity isn't just about accumulation, it's about renewal. What grows must be shared, and what's harvested must be replanted. In this balance, Inari's blessing endures. When dusk falls over the rice fields and lanterns glow at shrine gates, the air hums with something soft and watchful. Maybe it's the wind. Maybe it's the foxes. Or maybe it's Inari themselves, smiling unseen, ensuring that tomorrow's seeds will rise again, just as they always have. In the beginning, there was only Izanagi, the god who would carve order out of emptiness. With his sister and consort, Izanami, he stood upon the floating bridge of heaven, looking down into the swirling chaos below. Together, they stirred the sea with a jeweled spear, and when they lifted it, droplets fell back and hardened, forming the first island of Japan. From that sacred act, the world began to take shape. Izanagi's story is not just about creation. It's about love, loss, and the painful cost of bringing life into being. Izanagi's life was tried by death. He watched as his beloved sister and consort, Izanami, died. Heartbroken, he journeyed into the Yomi, the land of the dead, to bring her back. But when he found her, her body had decayed, crawling with maggots and filth. Izanami, humiliated, screamed for him to leave. She sent demons after him, vowing vengeance. Izanagi barely escaped, sealing the entrance to Yomi with a massive boulder. When he emerged, he was tainted by the touch of death. So he performed the first purification ritual, washing himself in a river to cleanse his spirit. From the drops of water that fell from him, new gods were born. From his left eye came Amaterasu, the sun goddess. From his right, Tsukuyomi, the moon god. And from his nose, Susanoo, the storm. Thus light, darkness, and chaos were reborn from sorrow, life springing from grief. That act defined Izanagi forever, not just as a creator, but as the god of cleansing and renewal. His story became the foundation for the Shinto concept of purification, misogi, the belief that impurity is not sin, but imbalance, and that it can be washed away through ritual and awareness. To this day, Shinto shrines keep that tradition alive, where worshippers rinse their hands and mouths before prayer, echoing Izanagi's act on the riverbank. His myth carries the deep human ache of love lost and the courage to continue creating despite the pain. Izanagi's legacy is carved into Japan's islands, the mountains his bones, the rivers his tears, the wind his breath. He is both maker and mourner, a god who learned that to create is to risk heartbreak, and to purify is to forgive the world for being imperfect. And so each time the morning mist lifts off the sea, it's said to be Izanagi's breath, a whisper from the dawn of creation, reminding the living that even after ruin, life always finds a way to rise again. They called him the Dagda, the good god, not because he was kind, but because he was good at everything. In Irish mythology, he was the father of gods, the keeper of balance, the great druid whose power flowed like the rivers of the land he ruled, a giant with a laugh as loud as thunder and a wisdom as deep as time. The Dagda was both warrior and sage, builder and destroyer, king and fool, a walking paradox who embodied the Celtic spirit itself. The Dagda was one of the leaders of the Tuatha De Danann, the divine race who ruled Ireland before humankind. To his people, he was the heart of the tribe, their protector, provider, and judge. But unlike distant gods of other pantheons, the Dagda was earthy and real. He ate, drank, and laughed with mortals, wielding power not with arrogance but with joy. He could summon storms, heal the wounded, and make the seasons turn with a thought. Yet he still relished a good meal, a strong drink, and the company of those who lived under his care. His symbols were as mighty as his reputation. He carried a massive club so large it took 8 men to lift. With one end he could kill 9 men in a single strike. With the other he could bring the dead back to life. Around his waist hung a bottomless cauldron called undri, which could feed an entire army without ever emptying. And when he played his enchanted harp, the very land responded. Its strings could summon laughter, tears, or sleep. He was abundance personified, the living embodiment of Ireland's fertile, unbreakable soul. But the Dagda wasn't just muscle and magic. He was clever, a trickster in his own right. In one tale, he faced the Fomorians, a race of monstrous invaders who sought to enslave the Tuatha De Danann. Before battle, the Dagda met one of their women, the fearsome war goddess Morrigan, on the banks of a river. Their union sealed the prophecy of victory for his people. Later, when the Fomorians demanded tribute, the Dagda played the fool, eating an impossible feast from a giant cauldron until his belly dragged on the ground. But his gluttony was deception, his power unstoppable. When war came, Dagda's might and wisdom turned the tide. For all his power, he was never cruel. His goodness came from balance, knowing that joy and sorrow, life and death, feast and famine were threads of the same tapestry. He ruled not through fear, but through understanding, a god who knew the worth of laughter in a world of wars. Even after the gods faded into myth, the Irish remembered the Dagda not as a figure of wrath, but as a symbol of prosperity, wisdom, and the eternal rhythm of life. His cauldron became a metaphor for the earth itself, ever giving, ever renewing. His harp, the music of time. His club, the justice that restores what's broken. In every hearth's fire, every harvest's bounty, every song that carries through the mist, the Dagda still lingers, smiling, vast, and watchful. They say when Brigid was born, a tower of flame rose from her head and reached to the heavens, a sign that she would become the living spark of inspiration itself. To the Celts, she wasn't just a goddess, she was light made human, the warmth of the hearth, the flash of creativity, the flame that heals as much as it burns. Brigid, one of the most beloved deities of the Irish pantheon, was the daughter of the Dagda, the great father god, and one of the leaders of the Tuatha De Danann. But where her father embodied power and earth, Brigid embodied renewal. She ruled over poetry, healing, and the sacred flame, 3 forces that kept both gods and mortals alive in spirit. Her name means the Exalted One, and it fit her perfectly. She stood between worlds, goddess and muse, fire and compassion, creation and comfort. Brigid's domain was everything that transformed the ordinary into the divine. The poets called upon her before composing, believing her breath carried inspiration, the fire in the head that turned words into living magic. Healers prayed to her for guidance, saying her hands could draw sickness out like venom. And blacksmiths honored her as the patron of fire and craft, for in every forge's flame they saw her light dancing. She was creation itself, the moment when idea becomes form, when heat becomes healing, Her warmth wasn't only physical. Brigid's compassion was legend. She was said to weep for every suffering creature, human, animal, or spirit, and her tears became healing springs across Ireland. One of her most sacred places, the Well of Brigid, still draws pilgrims who believe her water can cure sickness and restore strength. To this day, people tie ribbons to nearby trees, clootie trees, as offerings to the goddess, asking her to carry their ailments away on the wind. But Brigid's fire could also protect. During the darkest winters, the Celts celebrated Imbolc, the festival marking the return of light, dedicated entirely to her. They'd light candles and fires, inviting Brigid into their homes to bless the hearth, the children, and the year ahead. Her flame symbolized hope, that even after the coldest nights, warmth always returns. When Christianity spread across Ireland, Brigid's worship didn't fade, it transformed. The goddess became Saint Brigid of Kildare, a woman said to have founded a monastery where an eternal flame burned in her honor. The church absorbed her myth, but the people never forgot the goddess beneath the saint. The fire of Brigid kept burning, literally, for over 1,000 years before it was finally extinguished, only to be relit centuries later. Brigid endures because she represents everything that makes life worth living: creativity, healing, love, and renewal. She's the whisper behind every poem, the warmth behind every home, the spark behind every act of kindness. Her light doesn't demand worship, it invites reflection. And even now, when a candle flickers in a dark room, or when someone finds the courage to create after despair, that's Brigid's gift, the divine flame still alive in mortal hands. The doors of Tara slammed shut. No one was worthy to enter. Then came Lugh, a stranger with fire in his eyes and a quiet smile. He walked up to the gate and asked for entry among the gods of the Tuatha De Danann. The guard scoffed. "We already have a blacksmith, a warrior, a harpist, a poet, a healer, a sorcerer." Lugh's reply was simple. "Do you have someone who can do all of those?" That's how Ireland's Bright One earned his place among the gods, not through lineage, but through genius. Lugh wasn't defined by one talent, he was talent. The Celts called him the many-skilled, the embodiment of mastery itself. Where others saw limitations, Lugh saw puzzles waiting to be solved. He could forge a weapon, play a harp, craft a poem, and lead an army, all with equal grace. His gift wasn't just ability, it was the divine hunger to perfect every art. As the grandson of the great Balor, leader of the monstrous Fomorians, and the son of the gentle Cian, Lugh was born between two worlds, one of darkness, one of light. The prophecy said Balor would be slain by his own grandson, so the giant locked the boy away. But destiny doesn't obey locks. Lugh grew strong, clever, and radiant, his skill outshining even the gods who feared his rise. When he finally faced Balor in battle, he didn't rely on brute force, he used precision. As Balor opened his deadly eye, whose gaze could kill armies, Lugh hurled the sling stone straight into it, felling the giant and freeing his people. That battle, the second battle of Mag Tuired, was more than myth. It was the Celtic idea of victory, not just might defeating might, but intellect defeating tyranny. Lugh became the archetype of the hero who conquers through skill and wit, not rage. His weapons reflected that. He wielded a spear that never missed, so powerful it had to be kept quenched in water when not in use. His sword, the Froggerak, the Answerer, compelled truth from anyone it touched, and yet his greatest weapon was his mind. He united the Tuatha De Danann, inspired craftsmen, trained warriors, and taught poets, a divine mentor who made excellence sacred. Even the festival of Lughnasadh, still celebrated today, bears his name. It marked the first harvest, honoring not only abundance, but human achievement. The idea that labor, artistry, and effort deserve celebration. Lugh's worship wasn't just about power. It was about progress. He was the spark in every inventor's heart, the rhythm in every craftsman's hammer. Lugh's brilliance wasn't perfection for its own sake, it was service. Every skill he mastered, he used to uplift others. He wasn't just a god of victory, he was a god of potential. And that's why his legend endures. Because mastery isn't about being born gifted. It's about daring to be better tomorrow than you were today. In every hand that creates, every mind that innovates, and every person who refuses to stop learning, Lugh still lives, standing at the gates of greatness, smiling at the challenge ahead.
She doesn't come with trumpets or glory. She comes with crows. When the battlefield goes silent and the air still smells of iron and blood, that's when the Morrigan appears. She is not a goddess of war in the way men imagine. She is war itself, its pulse, its whisper, its shadow. To see her is to know your fate is already sealed. The Morrigan is one of the most haunting figures in Irish mythology, the phantom queen, goddess of battle, death, and destiny. She isn't a single being, but a trinity of faces. Bodv, the crow who stirs fear. Macha, the fierce queen of sovereignty. And Neamine, the spirit of frenzy and chaos. Together they are the storm that follows every sword. To the Celts she was not evil, she was truth, the raw reflection of mortality that every warrior must face. Her presence was an omen. Before great battles she appeared as a crow or an old woman washing bloodied armor in the river, a vision no soldier wanted to see. It meant death was near. But the Morrigan didn't bring death, she simply revealed it. She was the mirror of inevitability. To those who met her gaze she offered not doom, but clarity. The knowledge that courage means nothing unless you face what you cannot escape. One of her most famous stories is tied to Cuchulainn, Ireland's greatest hero. Before his final battle, the Morrigan appeared to him in disguise, offering her love and protection. But proud and unyielding, he refused her. Scorned, she vowed revenge, not out of pettiness, but because he had denied fate itself. During his last battle, she returned in 3 forms, an eel to trip him, a wolf to terrify his horses, and a cow to block his path. Wounded and bleeding, Cuchulainn fought on until he was mortally struck. And when he finally died, tied to a standing stone to meet death on his feet, a single crow landed on his shoulder. The Morrigan had come to claim him. That moment defines her power, not as destroyer, but as witness. She doesn't kill, she waits. She doesn't curse, she reminds. The Morrigan is the thin veil between life and what comes after. The whisper that tells kings and warriors, you are not eternal. And in that reminder lies freedom, because only by accepting death can one truly live without fear. The Morrigan also symbolizes sovereignty, the sacred right to rule, bound not by conquest, but by wisdom and connection to the land. In some tales she mates with the Dagda before battle, joining fertility and destruction in one divine act, life and death in perfect balance. In others she guides the souls of fallen warriors, not to punishment, but to rest. Her image still lingers in Irish folklore. The crow on the battlefield, the phantom woman seen before death, the voice in dreams that warns of change. She is the storm before peace, the truth before surrender. To fear the Morrigan is to fear honesty. To understand her is to embrace impermanence. Because war ends, kingdoms fall, heroes fade, but she endures, watching, waiting, reminding the living that even in death there is purpose. And when the wind howls through empty fields after the last battle has been fought, you might hear her call, soft, distant, and eternal. Not a curse, a promise.
The hounds always came first, white as snow, ears red as blood, howling through the mists of twilight. When their cry echoed across the hills, mortals knew the veil between worlds was thinning. And when the mist parted, their master appeared. Around, Lord of Angun, the Welsh otherworld. Not a hell, not a heaven, but a realm of endless twilight, where death was not punishment, but passage. Around was not a monster. He was a king, noble, just, and bound by honor. In the old Welsh tales, Anwun was his domain, a land of eternal feasts, unaging beauty, and deep magic. To those who respected it, it was paradise. To those who trespassed, it was peril. Around ruled it all with quiet dignity, the shepherd of souls, the keeper of mysteries, the God who reminded mortals that death is not the end of the story. One of the most famous tales of Around comes from the Mabinogion, Wales's great cycle of myth. It begins not with a god, but a man, Buil, a mortal prince. One day, while hunting, Buil's hounds crossed paths with Around's spectral pack and drove them away from their prey. Offending a king of the other world was no small mistake, but instead of wrath, Around offered a strange kind of justice. He proposed that they trade places for a year and a day. Buil would rule Anwun in his stead, and Around would rule Buil's kingdom. During that time he faced a single test, to defeat Around's rival, the Dark Lord Hafgan, in battle. Around trusted him completely, and Buil kept that trust. He fought Hafgan, struck him down, and during his time as king, he ruled Anhun with fairness and restraint. But the true test came not on the battlefield. It came in Around's bedchamber. Every night he lay beside Araun's queen, yet he never touched her, honoring his promise. When the year ended, the two kings returned to their realms, each having lived the other's life. Araun, grateful for Pwyll's loyalty, called him Pwyll pen Anwun, Pwyll, head of Anwun, and the two remained bound by eternal friendship. It was a rare thing in myth, a story where gods and men met not in violence, but in trust and respect. Araun's power wasn't built on fear. He didn't drag souls screaming into darkness. He guided them. His other world was not a place of torment, but reflection, a mirror of mortal life, where truth was sharper and beauty more dangerous. Time flowed differently there. A single night could pass as a century, or a century as a moment. It was both a reward and a warning. In later legends, the church turned Annwn into something closer to hell, twisting Araun's role into something sinister. But in the old ways, he was no devil. He was balanced, ruler of what lies beyond, not as enemy to the living, but as caretaker of what comes next. Even now, in the fog that rolls across the Welsh hills, people say you can still hear Araun's hounds, the Cwn Annwn, chasing unseen souls through the night. It's not a sound of terror, but of passage. Because when they run, it means the gates are open, and the king of the other world rides again, not to claim, but to guide. He didn't seize heaven, he earned it. Long before he ruled from a throne of jade and gold, the Jade Emperor was just a man, humble, patient, and relentless in virtue. His power wasn't forged in war or fear, but in endurance. Where other gods were born from chaos, he rose from character. That's what made him the supreme ruler of heaven. Not strength, but wisdom that even the stars bowed to. In the beginning, the cosmos was without order. Countless gods, spirits, and elements, all clashing in confusion. But among them was one being who sought harmony instead of dominance. In some legends, he began as a mortal prince who abandoned his palace to live in solitude. He spent eons in meditation, confronting every human flaw, greed, anger, pride, until none remained. His enlightenment was so complete that the heavens themselves transformed around him. The celestial beings recognized his purity and raised him to the highest realm, where he became the Jade Emperor, the great organizer of existence. As the divine sovereign, he ruled not by tyranny, but by balance. He built heaven as a perfect mirror of earth, a celestial empire where gods held offices, tasks, and duties, much like ministers and officials in an imperial court. The four heavenly kings guarded the directions. The dragon kings governed the seas. The god of thunder carried out justice, while the kitchen guard in every home reported mortal deeds to heaven each year. Everything had order, every spirit had purpose, all woven under his patient gaze. But even the Jade Emperor faced trials. In one myth, he challenged the chaos of the great demon king who threatened to consume all realms. The Jade Emperor didn't defeat him with violence. Instead, he overwhelmed him with virtue. Light so pure it dissolved darkness itself. That's what made his rule absolute. His moral gravity, not his might. Even mischievous deities like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, tested him. When the immortal monkey declared himself equal to heaven, it was the Jade Emperor who faced him with calm authority, never losing dignity even as the heavens shook. Later, when Sun Wukong was subdued, the Jade Emperor didn't destroy him. He allowed him redemption through service, showing that divine justice could be merciful too. His influence reaches far beyond myth. Across China, Vietnam, and much of East Asia, he remains the spiritual cornerstone of heaven, the ultimate judge of souls, the keeper of cosmic order, the one who ensures that chaos never again consumes creation. On the 9th day of the Lunar New Year, people still look up and burn incense to honor him, asking not for riches or miracles, but for fairness, peace, and clarity in the year ahead. The Jade Emperor isn't the loudest god. He doesn't wield thunder or rage across the sky. His power lies in the quiet authority of balance, the idea that leadership comes not from fear, but from moral steadiness. He is the calm at the center of the universe, where even chaos must kneel, because in his kingdom, law and light are the same thing. When the heavens cracked and the earth split open, it wasn't a warrior who saved the world. It was Nuwa, the mother of creation. She wasn't born from chaos to conquer it. She was born to mend it. In Chinese mythology, Nuwa is the goddess who shaped humanity from clay, repaired the sky after it shattered, and gave the world balance when it teetered on the edge of ruin. Her story isn't about dominance, it's about care, resilience, and the quiet strength of creation itself. Long ago, when the world was young, the heavens and earth were still fragile. One day a great catastrophe struck. The sky split apart, the earth cracked, and floods and fires tore through creation. The gods panicked, and mortals cried out for salvation. And from the chaos Nuwa rose, half woman, half dragon, with the grace of a goddess and the power of the elements in her hands. She saw the destruction and wept, but instead of mourning, she began to work. Nuwa gathered stones of 5 colors, white, black, red, blue, and yellow, and melted them in her furnace. With her own hands she patched the holes in the heavens, sealing the fractures that threatened to swallow the world. She cut off the legs of a giant turtle and used them to prop up the sky's 4 corners, restoring balance. When the floods receded and the fires died, Nuwa didn't seek praise. She simply watched as the world healed, her heart calm in the knowledge that order had returned. But her story doesn't end there, because Nuwa wasn't just a restorer of the world. She was its mother. Before the great disaster, she wandered the earth, lonely among mountains and rivers, until she began to shape figures from yellow clay, small, fragile beings in her image. She breathed life into them, and they became humanity. When her hands grew tired, she dipped a rope in mud and flicked it, creating countless more people with every drop that fell to the ground. Those made by hand became the noble and wise. Those born from the rope became the common folk, all equal in her eyes, all part of her great family. Nuwa's creation wasn't an act of command. It was an act of love. She didn't demand worship or loyalty. She simply wanted companionship in a silent world. And when the heavens fell, she didn't flee. She fixed them. Not because it was her duty, but because it was her nature. In Chinese art, Nuwa is often depicted alongside Fuxi, her brother and consort, holding compass and ruler, symbols of heaven and earth, order and reason. Together they represent the dual balance of life, structure and soul, creation and preservation. Nuwa's story endures because it's not about gods ruling humans. It's about a God caring for them. Her power comes not from fire or thunder, but from patience, compassion, and the belief that even a broken world can be repaired if someone cares enough to mend it. He found the world untamed and gave it meaning. Fuxi, the brother and consort of the goddess Nuwa, wasn't a conqueror or destroyer. He was a teacher, the god who took chaos and turned it into civilization. To the ancient Chinese, he was the first of humanity's great benefactors, the divine sage who gave people the skills to survive, create, and think. Where Nuwa shaped humankind, Fuxi taught them how to live. In the earliest legends, Fuxi emerged after the great flood that nearly erased humanity. The world was reborn, but fragile. People wandered hungry, lost, and afraid. Seeing this, Fuxi descended among them, not with commands, but with compassion. He taught them how to weave nets to catch fish, how to tame animals, how to light fires and cook food. He showed them how to build homes from wood and clay instead of hiding in caves. Civilization didn't begin with empires or wars. It began with Fuxi's gentle lessons. But his greatest gift wasn't physical. It was intellectual. Fuxi gave humanity order. He taught people to observe the patterns of the stars and the cycles of the seasons, to read the sky as a map of heaven's rhythm. He invented the 8 trigrams, the Bagua, a system of symbols representing the balance of all things, heaven and earth, fire and water, mountain and lake, thunder and wind. From these patterns came philosophy, science, and the foundations of what would become the I Ching, the Book of Changes, one of the oldest and most profound works in human history. Through the Bagua, Fuxi taught that life moves in cycles, fortune and misfortune, light and dark, all flowing and transforming into each other. The goal wasn't to fight these forces, but to understand them. To live well was to live in harmony with the constant change of the universe. It wasn't religion, it was wisdom. Fuxi also gave humanity the first written symbols, the beginnings of language. He understood that words could shape thought, and that knowledge was the bridge between the divine and the mortal. By giving people a way to record and share ideas, he made memory eternal, turning fleeting experience into lasting culture. In art, Fu Xi and Nuwa are often shown together, serpent-bodied, intertwined, holding the compass and the square, tools of creation and reason. Where she repaired the heavens, he designed the patterns beneath them. Together they made the world livable. She gave it life, he gave it order. Fu Xi's legacy is quiet but immense. His myth doesn't glorify battle or power. It celebrates understanding. He represents the divine curiosity that defines humanity, the drive to learn, to organize, to create meaning in the vastness of the world. Even now, every time someone studies the sky, writes a word, or invents a new tool to make life easier, they echo Fu Xi's first lessons. He didn't just teach people how to live, he taught them how to think. And from that spark of thought, civilization itself was born. He was born not from flesh, but from stone, a spark of chaos given life. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, burst into existence from a mountain egg that drank the essence of heaven and earth. From his first breath, he was unstoppable, clever, fearless, and utterly uncontrollable. The gods could command the stars, but not him. To the Chinese, he wasn't just a trickster. He was rebellion itself, the spirit that refuses to kneel. Sun Wukong began as a curious monkey who sought more than mere survival. He wanted immortality. He trained under a Taoist master, learning the secrets of transformation, cloud walking, and eternal life. He could leap thousands of miles in a single bound, change shape at will, and command the elements like a god. But with power came arrogance. He stole peaches of immortality from heaven's orchards, guzzled the Jade Emperor's sacred wine, and erased his name from the book of death. To the divine court, he was a cosmic disaster. To himself, he was simply free. When heaven's armies came to subdue him, he laughed. They sent generals, thunder gods, even celestial beasts. All failed. So they gave him a title instead, hoping to flatter him into obedience. Bima Wen, keeper of the heavenly stables. It worked. For a day. When Sun Wukong realized it was an insult, he stormed heaven, beating back legions with his magical staff, the Ruyi Jingu Bong, a weapon that could grow or shrink at his will, capable of crushing mountains or resting in his ear like a needle. He even fought the mighty Erlang Shen to a standstill. No god could kill him, not even lightning burned him. Finally, the Buddha himself intervened. When Sun Wukong boasted that he could leap beyond the Buddha's palm, he soared to the edge of the universe, only to find himself still beneath that hand. The Buddha sealed him beneath a mountain for 500 years, a punishment not of cruelty, but of patience. The Monkey King had to learn what his strength was for. Centuries later, redemption came. The monk Tang Sanzang was chosen to journey west to retrieve sacred scriptures from India, and Sun Wukong was released to be his guardian, with a magical headband that tightened painfully whenever he disobeyed. It was the perfect leash for the unchained. Together they traveled through demons, temptations, and trials, and the Monkey King slowly transformed from a proud outlaw into a protector. His story, Journey to the West became one of China's greatest epics, a tale of enlightenment disguised as adventure. Sun Wukong's battles weren't just against monsters. They were against his own ego, his hunger for glory. By the end, he found something greater than power: peace. Sun Wukong endures because he represents the most human part of the divine, the restless spirit that questions authority, the drive to break limits, and the stubborn courage to evolve. He's chaos refined by compassion, arrogance tempered by wisdom. Even now, when storms rage or laughter echoes where it shouldn't, people smile and say, "The Monkey King is near," still leaping across the clouds, still testing heaven's patience, still reminding us that even the wildest heart can learn to bow, not in defeat, but in understanding. The sound of suffering reaches every corner of the world, and someone listens. Guan Yin, the bodhisattva of compassion, is that listener. In Chinese belief, she is the embodiment of mercy, the divine heart that hears every cry, no matter how small. Her name means the one who perceives the cries of the world. Where gods wield thunder and fire, Guan Yin wields kindness, and in the chaos of existence, that is the greatest power of all. Her story begins not in heaven, but on earth, as a mortal princess named Miao Shan. Born to a powerful but cruel king, she rejected wealth and privilege, devoting her life to helping others. When her father demanded she marry, she refused, saying she wished to end human suffering, not inherit it. Furious, he condemned her to death, but no blade could harm her, no flame could burn her. Instead, she entered deep meditation, her spirit transcending the mortal realm. In her compassion, she even forgave her father. When he later fell ill, it was said that she sacrificed her own eyes and arms to heal him. Awed by her mercy, he repented, and she ascended to immortality, becoming Guan Yin, the goddess who feels all pain, but answers it with love. In Buddhist tradition, Guan Yin is a bodhisattva, one who achieves enlightenment but chooses not to enter nirvana, so she can remain in the world and guide others toward salvation. That selflessness defines her. She is sometimes depicted with 1,000 arms and 1,000 eyes, each one seeing a different kind of suffering, each hand reaching out to ease it. Other times she appears as a gentlewoman in white robes, holding a vase of pure water and a willow branch, symbols of healing and grace. One legend says Guan Yin was once a man, the male bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara of Indian Buddhism, but in China her image softened, transforming into a maternal figure whose compassion transcended gender. She became the ultimate symbol of mercy, understood not just as a god to worship, but as an ideal to live by. Her influence spread far beyond temples. Sailors prayed to her before setting sail. Mothers asked her to protect their children. The poor, the lost, the sick, all turned to her, believing that no prayer was too small for her to hear. And when her name is spoken sincerely, it is said that Guan Yin instantly turns her gaze toward the speaker, because compassion, in her eyes, is action, not sentiment. Unlike the wrathful gods of war or the stern judges of the afterlife, Guanyin's strength lies in patience. She doesn't demand worship, she invites understanding. She teaches that true power is not domination, but empathy, not punishment, but forgiveness. In art, she's often seen standing upon a lotus over the sea, serene amid waves, an image of calm in chaos, reminding mortals that mercy can stand against any storm. Guanyin's message has endured for centuries because it's timeless. To be human is to suffer, but to be divine is to care. Her compassion isn't distant or abstract. It's immediate, tender, and deeply human. And every act of kindness, every moment someone chooses empathy over anger, keeps her spirit alive, the endless echo of a goddess who never stopped listening. High above the ziggurats, beyond the sun and clouds, sat Anu, the ancient Sumerian god of the sky, the first and oldest ruler of the heavens. To his people, he wasn't just a deity, he was authority itself. His name meant heaven, and his word was law long before kings or empires existed. If the earth had structure and society, it was because Anu's order hung above it like the stars he commanded. Anu was the head of the Mesopotamian pantheon, the father of gods like Enlil, the lord of wind, and Enki, the god of wisdom and water. Together they ruled the cosmos, Anu from the heavens, Enlil from the air, Enki from the deep. But Anu stood apart. He was distant, serene, and absolute, the divine authority whose mere approval gave legitimacy to every god, king, and creature beneath him. To speak in his name was to borrow the weight of heaven itself. In the earliest myths, Anu was less a personality and more a principle, the embodiment of divine kingship, the silent watcher who ruled by presence, not by action. The Mesopotamians imagined him sitting on a throne made of lapis lazuli, surrounded by constellations that glowed like jewels in his court. He rarely descended to earth. His domain was too vast, too pure. When he did act, the universe shifted. One of his most striking appearances comes in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when the people of Uruk cry out to Anu about their kin's arrogance. Anu doesn't punish Gilgamesh directly. Instead, he allows the creation of Enkidu, a wild man who becomes Gilgamesh's equal and friend. Through that decision, Anu shows his wisdom. The sky god doesn't destroy balance with wrath. He restores it through design. But Anu could also grant power and danger. In the myth of Ishtar and the Bull of Heaven, the goddess of love demands vengeance after Gilgamesh spurns her. Anu reluctantly agrees, sending the bull down from the heavens to ravage the land. It's a rare glimpse of his hand in mortal affairs, a reminder that when the sky stirs, the world trembles. Over millennia, as culture shifted from Sumer to Akkad to Babylon, Anu remained the highest authority, even as other gods gained prominence. Kings invoked his name when taking the throne. Oaths were sworn beneath his gaze. The heavens were his palace, and every star a symbol of his enduring order. Yet, what made Anu fascinating was his distance. He wasn't a warm, personal God. He was the infinite, the unreachable ideal of cosmic stability. To pray to Anu wasn't to ask for favors, but to acknowledge the structure of the universe itself. He was the sky's vastness, the unreachable ceiling that makes the world below feel small but secure. In later ages, his influence echoed through time. His concept of divine hierarchy shaping the gods of Babylon, Assyria, and even influencing later ideas of a heavenly throne in Abrahamic thought. The idea that ultimate authority resides in the heavens, that kings rule by divine right, all traces back to Anu's silent sovereignty. He was the God who didn't need to speak to be obeyed, who didn't need to appear to be feared. Anu's power was the power of the sky itself, eternal, untouchable, and absolute. The wind over ancient Sumer wasn't just weather. It was Enlil breathing. He was the god of air, storms, and command, the voice that carried authority across heaven and earth. If his father Anu ruled from the unreachable sky, Enlil ruled from the space between, invisible but undeniable, the force that moved the world without being seen. To the Mesopotamians, he was power incarnate, not the power of muscle or flame, but of decree, order, and divine law. In the earliest myths, Enlil was the second great pillar of the universe. After the heavens and earth were separated, he took command of the air between them. It was said that he brought light where there was darkness, motion where there was stillness. His temple in Nippur, the Ekur, was not just a place of worship, but the very heart of Mesopotamian theology. The cosmic court where gods gathered and destinies were decided. Kings were crowned only with Enlil's blessing. Without him, a ruler's power meant nothing. Yet Enlil was not a gentle god. His authority was swift, absolute, and sometimes merciless. In the epic of Atrahasis, when humanity's noise grows unbearable, it is Enlil who orders their destruction, first through plague, then famine, and finally the great flood. To him, mortals were necessary but dangerous, like fires that had to be watched, or rivers that needed constant control. And yet, his wrath was not born of cruelty. In the Mesopotamian worldview, order had to be maintained at all costs. If the world grew chaotic, even the gods would suffer. Enlil's anger, then, was discipline, harsh but divine. Despite his severity, Enlil was also the source of blessing. When he smiled upon a land, its crops thrived, its rivers flowed, and its kings prospered. The wind that could destroy also carried life, bringing rain, scattering seeds, whispering through the reeds of the Tigris and Euphrates. The Mesopotamians understood him as the balance between mercy and control, chaos and command. One myth tells of his encounter with Ninlil, the goddess of grain. When he seduced her by the river, the other gods exiled him to the underworld as punishment. Yet from that union came divine offspring, including Nana, the moon god, linking Enlil to both the heavens and the cycles of life and time. Even in his flaws, creation followed him. Over centuries, as empires rose and fell, Enlil remained central. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians all revered him as the ultimate source of kingship. Even as younger gods like Marduk took prominence,
Enlil's name still commanded reverence, the echo of the first law ever spoken by wind. What made Enlil enduring was his invisibility. You could not see him, only his effects. The air that fills your lungs, the storm that shakes your walls, the silence after thunder, all were signs of his presence. He wasn't worshipped for love, but for recognition. To live under Enlil was to live under structure, under the invisible rules that hold the world together. He was the breath between heaven and earth, both gentle and devastating. And in that breath, the Mesopotamians found meaning. That unseen power, not brute strength, is what truly governs the world. Every whisper of wind that brushes across an empty plain still carries his name, Enlil, the ruler you never see, but always feel. Before humans had words or order, the rivers already spoke, and their voice was Enki. Known later as Ea by the Babylonians, he was the Sumerian god of water, wisdom, and creation, the clever mind of the cosmos, the gentle current that gave both knowledge and life. If Anu was the sky and Enlil was the wind, then Enki was everything that flowed between, the cool intelligence that shaped chaos into harmony. Enki ruled over the Absu, the subterranean freshwater ocean believed to lie beneath the earth. From there all life sprang. But Enki was more than a water god. He was the engineer of the world. His wisdom wasn't just divine intellect, it was the ability to understand balance. He knew when to let waters rise and when to make them recede, when to build and when to yield. The Sumerians saw him as the source of civilization itself, the giver of laws, language, architecture, and the spark of invention. Unlike many gods of authority, Enki's power came through wit and kindness rather than fear. In myth, he was the mediator, the one who solved problems that brute force could not. When the other gods grew restless or the world fell into disorder, Enki always found a way, not through thunder, but through reason. His temples were filled not with weapons, but with plans, seals, and symbols of craft, proof that intelligence, not violence, shaped destiny. One of his most famous tales tells of the creation of humankind. When the lesser gods grew tired of their labors, it was Enki who devised a solution. He mixed clay with the blood of a slain divine being, giving rise to humanity, beings both mortal and divine, capable of thought and creativity. Yet Enki didn't make humans to serve. He made them to continue creation, to become part of the world's design. He gifted them knowledge of farming, writing, and building, transforming chaos into civilization. But his compassion could also challenge the order of heaven. In the story of the Great Flood, when Enlil decided to wipe out humanity for being too noisy, Enki defied him. Bound by an oath not to warn humans directly, he whispered instead to the reeds of a hut, telling Atrahasis, a wise man, how to build a boat. "Tear down your house and build a ship," he murmured, and through that act of clever defiance, he saved life itself. When the flood waters receded, it was Enki who convinced Enlil to show mercy, reminding him that balance, not annihilation, sustains the world.
In Mesopotamian art, Enki is shown with flowing streams pouring from his shoulders, filled with fish and reeds, symbols of abundance and renewal. Around him swim the May, sacred principles of civilization, truth, art, justice, music, and knowledge. These were his gifts to humanity, the divine blueprint for progress. Enki's brilliance wasn't the cold logic of intellect. It was the wisdom of empathy, the understanding that creation must serve compassion or it collapses into tyranny. His humor, curiosity, and warmth made him one of the few gods who felt human in the best sense of the word. Even now, every time a river changes course or a problem is solved not with force but with thought, Enki's influence stirs. He was the god who saved humankind not by fighting the storm, but by outsmarting it, and in doing so taught us that wisdom is the truest form of power.
She was the storm that could kiss you and kill you. Inanna, known later as Ishtar, was the Mesopotamian goddess of love, war, fertility, and power, the most complex and dangerous of all their deities. She wasn't soft like Venus or gentle like Guan Yin. Inanna was the pulse of passion itself, the hunger that builds civilizations and burns them down. To love her was to stand in the fire willingly, because her beauty and her wrath came from the same place, the desire to feel everything. Inanna was the daughter of the moon god Nanna and the granddaughter of Enlil, but she didn't inherit her power, she took it. In the myth of Inanna and Enki, she visits her wise grandfather, the god of wisdom and water, and tricks him into giving her the Me, the sacred principles of civilization, kingship, art, music, truth, language, and more. She loads them onto her boat and sails triumphantly back to her city, Uruk, giving humanity progress itself. Enki wakes in a panic and sends his creatures to retrieve the stolen gifts, but Inanna outsmarts them all. Civilization, she claims, belongs not to the old gods, but to her. But her greatest and most haunting tale is her descent into the underworld. Seeking to expand her power, Inanna ventures into the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, queen of the dead. Before entering, she removes her royal garments, crown, necklace, bracelets, one at each of the 7 gates, until she stands naked before her sister. Ereshkigal, enraged by her pride, strikes her dead and hangs her body on a hook. For 3 days and nights the world withers, crops fail, desire dies, and the people of Uruk mourn. Only when Enki sends help does Inanna rise again, reborn, but not without consequence. The law of the underworld demands a soul in her place. When she returns to the land of the living, she finds her husband Dumuzi sitting on her throne, dressed in splendor, unmoved by her death. In fury, she condemns him to take her place below. Thus began the cycle of seasons. Half the year he returns, half the year he descends, the rhythm of passion and loss. Inanna embodied contradiction. She was the lover and the warrior, the creator and the destroyer. In battle she was unstoppable, riding into war in a chariot drawn by lions, flanked by storms and fire.
Her followers believed she granted victory not through strategy, but through pure, unstoppable will, the same force that drives love and lust. Inanna's worship spanned thousands of years, evolving into Ishtar of Babylon, still fierce, still radiant. Her temples were centers of both sensuality and power, where priestesses performed sacred rites celebrating fertility and divine union. But unlike later gods of chastity or restraint, Inanna never pretended to be pure. She was unapologetically human in her divinity, proud, impulsive, emotional, alive. Her myths survive because she embodies the raw truth of being, that love and war, creation and destruction are the same current flowing through life. She wasn't a goddess of peace or order. She was the explosion that makes meaning possible. To the ancients, her morning star shone brightest at dawn and dusk, the planet we now call Venus. But to them, that light wasn't gentle. It was Inanna herself, forever rising and falling, burning and returning, the eternal reminder that beauty without danger isn't divine at all. The world began as a war between chaos and order, and Marduk won. To the Babylonians, he wasn't just their chief god. He was the architect of the universe, the divine ruler who built creation out of the corpse of a monster. If the heavens had hierarchy, Marduk wrote it in fire. His story wasn't born from peace. It was forged in cosmic rebellion. In the beginning, there was only Tiamat, the great dragon of the sea, and Apsu, the god of fresh waters. From their union came the first generation of gods, loud, ambitious, and uncontrollable. The chaos of creation angered Apsu, who plotted to destroy his offspring. But one god, Ea, Enki, struck first, killing Apsu and using his body to form the celestial deep. Tiamat, enraged by the murder of her mate, declared war on the younger gods, birthing an army of monsters and appointing Kingu, her new consort, as general. The gods trembled until Marduk stepped forward, a young, rising deity born of Ea. He promised to defeat Tiamat if, in return, the gods would make him their king forever. They agreed, and Marduk prepared for battle. Armed with a bow of wind, a net of storms, and the four winds of the world, he faced Tiamat in the void. The battle was apocalyptic, thunder against ocean, light against abyss. When Tiamat opened her jaws to swallow him, Marduk drove the storm inside her, splitting her in two. From her body he shaped creation. One half became the heavens, the other the earth. From Kingu's blood he fashioned humankind, destined to serve the gods. That victory became the foundation of Babylonian belief. Marduk didn't just slay chaos, he organized it. He assigned every god their duty, gave each star its path, and set the sun and moon in their courses. His word became law, his city Babylon, the heart of divine order. In the Enuma Elish, the great Babylonian creation epic, Marduk's ascension represents civilization triumphing over the wild, the city rising from the floodplain, intellect taming the storm. But Marduk wasn't only a warrior. He was also a builder, healer, and judge. As patron of Babylon, he oversaw justice, agriculture, and architecture, the pillars of empire. His wisdom came from his father Enki, but his authority was unmatched. Each new year, during the festival of Akitu, the king himself would humble before Marduk's statue, declaring loyalty to the god who made the world. Through that ritual, divine legitimacy flowed from heaven to throne. Marduk's law became Babylonian law. Over time, he absorbed the powers of older deities, Enlil's kingship, Enlil's command, Ea's wisdom, until he stood above them all. His emblem, the spade, symbolized creation and structure. His beast, the Mushushu dragon, represented tamed chaos, coiled but obedient at his feet. Yet Marduk's myth is more than propaganda. It's the eternal story of control, wrestled from disorder. Every empire that builds a city where there was wilderness follows his path. Every thinker who brings clarity out of confusion echoes his victory. He is the god of blueprints and battles, of storms harnessed into civilization. To the Babylonians, his reign was proof that order isn't natural. It's earned every single day. And when the wind howled across the ziggurats of Babylon, they said it was Marduk's breath, a reminder that the world itself exists only because one God had the courage to face the sea and command it to obey. A serpent made of wind and light. That's how the Aztecs saw him. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, wasn't a god of war or conquest like so many others. He was something rarer, a god of knowledge, creation, and breath itself. His name means precious serpent, a fusion of sky and earth, bird and snake, spirit and flesh. He was the pulse of life in motion, the wind that carries seeds, the wisdom that shapes civilizations, and the conscience that even gods need to remember. In the beginning, the world had ended, not once, but many times. The Aztecs believed existence was cyclical, destroyed and reborn through ages called suns. During one such, Quetzalcoatl descended into the underworld to restore humanity. There, in the silent land of bones, he tricked the Lord of Death into letting him gather the remains of past generations. He crushed those bones into dust, mixed them with his own blood, and from that union, life began again. Every human born carried his divine essence, wisdom, breath, and the capacity to learn. But Quetzalcoatl wasn't just a creator. He was a teacher. He brought knowledge, art, and science to humankind. He gave them corn, taught them to weave, to write, to calculate the stars. While other gods demanded blood, he taught balance, sacrifice through virtue, not violence. He ruled over the wind, called Ehecatl, the invisible force that moves everything, yet remains unseen. His temples were built with open doorways so the breeze could pass freely, because even the divine needed space to breathe. In contrast to the darker gods like Tezcatlipoca, Quetzalcoatl represented light and order, but their rivalry defined the world. Tezcatlipoca was the smoking mirror, the trickster of shadow and temptation. Together they created and destroyed the cosmos over and over again. In one myth, Tezcatlipoca tempted Quetzalcoatl with pulque, a sacred, intoxicating drink. Drunk and ashamed, the feathered serpent fled his city, sailing east on a raft of serpents, vowing to return when the world was ready. That prophecy echoed through centuries, so much so that when the Spanish arrived, some believed they were Quetzalcoatl returning from the sea. But beneath the legend of his exile lies a deeper truth. Quetzalcoatl wasn't a fallen god, but a cyclical one. His departure symbolized wisdom withdrawing when humanity strays into corruption, only to return when they seek enlightenment again. His myth taught that power without morality leads to ruin, and that the true divine act isn't creation or destruction, it's renewal. He was often depicted as a serpent adorned with quetzal feathers, the perfect symbol of harmony between opposites. The serpent represented the earth, the tangible and grounded. The feathers symbolized the sky, freedom and spirit. Together, they captured the Aztec vision of balance, that enlightenment comes when heaven and earth meet in a single breath. Quetzalcoatl's influence extended far beyond the Aztecs, appearing in earlier Toltec and even Maya traditions as Kukulkan, always embodying intellect, air, and the creative spirit. He wasn't feared, he was revered. His temples echoed with songs instead of screams. His rituals focused on offering flowers, incense, and prayer rather than blood. He remains one of the most enduring deities of the Americas because he represents the best parts of humanity: curiosity, creativity, and conscience. When the wind stirs across the ancient pyramids, the people once believed it was his breath, a whisper reminding mortals that knowledge, not war, is what keeps the world alive.
They called him the smoking mirror, and when you looked into it, you didn't see your reflection. You saw your truth. Tezcatlipoca was the Aztec god of fate, sorcery, and conflict, the dark counterpart to Quetzalcoatl's light. Where the feathered serpent gave wisdom, Tezcatlipoca gave awareness, often painful, often cruel, but always necessary. He was the shadow that teaches you what light really means. In Aztec myth, Tezcatlipoca is one of the most complex and feared deities. He ruled over night, change, and destiny, and his power was absolute. He didn't just predict the future, he wrote it. His obsidian mirror, which gave him his name, could reveal everything: secrets, lies, and the hidden motives of gods and mortals alike. He used that mirror to test humanity, sometimes to destroy, sometimes to strengthen. To look into Tezcatlipoca's smoke was to see what you truly are when all illusions are stripped away. In the creation myths, he and Quetzalcoatl were brothers, partners, and rivals. Together they created the world, but their cooperation always ended in destruction. In one age, Tezcatlipoca became the first sun, lighting the world until Quetzalcoatl struck him down, turning him into a jaguar. In revenge, Tezcatlipoca unleashed his beasts upon humanity, ending that world. In another age, he returned the favor, toppling Quetzalcoatl's sun. Their eternal struggle became the heartbeat of the cosmos, creation and chaos locked in an endless cycle. Unlike Quetzalcoatl, who taught virtue and order, Tezcatlipoca ruled through duality. He was a god of war and sorcery, but also of kingship and fortune.
He gave power to rulers and tore it away when they grew arrogant. He was both the cause and cure of downfall, the God who raised empires just to test their integrity. The Aztecs believed no success came without his shadow looming nearby. Every victory carried the price of humility. Every gift came with a lesson. In one of his most famous myths, Tezcatlipoca descends to earth to test the Toltec king Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl. Appearing as a mysterious stranger, he tricks the virtuous king into breaking his vow of purity by getting him drunk on sacred pulque. When the king awakes in shame, he abandons his throne and flees, a story that echoes the eternal downfall of the pure when faced with temptation. Tezcatlipoca doesn't destroy through force, he corrupts through revelation. He shows mortals and gods that perfection cannot exist without pride waiting beneath it. He was also a shapeshifter, appearing as a jaguar, a shadow, a youth, or even a beggar, reminding the Aztecs that the divine hides in disguise, watching, judging. To the warriors, he was a patron of courage and cunning. To the priests, a master of magic and ritual. His festivals were both terrifying and sacred. One year, a man chosen to embody Tezcatlipoca would live like a god, adorned in jewels and worshipped. At the year's end, he was sacrificed, a symbol of power's fleeting nature and the god's appetite for renewal. Tezcatlipoca's lessons weren't gentle, but they were honest. He taught that destiny isn't a path written for you. It's a mirror you have to face. He was the embodiment of the truth everyone fears, that light breeds shadow, that creation demands destruction, that to be alive is to be tested endlessly. Even now, his obsidian mirror reflects more than myth. It reflects the human condition, ambition, corruption, and the eternal fight to stay pure in a world built on struggle. When the smoke swirls and the stars shift, the Aztecs say that was Tezcatlipoca watching, reminding the universe that perfection was never the goal. Awareness was. At dawn, the sky burns not just with sunlight, but with sacrifice. To the Aztecs, that blaze was Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun and war, the divine heart that kept the cosmos alive. He wasn't gentle like Quetzalcoatl or cunning like Tezcatlipoca. He was pure will, the relentless force of motion, struggle, and rebirth. Every sunrise was his victory, every sunset his death. And to keep him alive, the Aztecs believed, the world owed him blood. Huitzilopochtli's story begins in violence, fitting for a god who embodied the eternal battle. His mother, Coatlicue, the serpent-skirted goddess of the earth, became miraculously pregnant after tucking a ball of feathers into her waistband. Her daughter, Coyolxauhqui, the goddess of the moon, and her 400 sons, the stars, were enraged at this shame. They plotted to kill their mother, but before they could strike, Coatlicue gave birth. Fully grown, armed and blazing with divine fury, Huitzilopochtli burst from her womb, wielding a serpent-like weapon called the Ciutcoatl, the fire serpent. He immediately went to war, slaying his sister and scattering her brothers across the heavens. The myth became cosmic allegory. Each morning, the sun, Huitzilopochtli, rises and defeats the moon and stars, driving them into retreat until night falls and the battle begins again. The sky itself was his battlefield, and the world below was his supply line. The Aztecs believed that to keep Huitzilopochtli strong enough to fight the endless war against darkness, he needed nourishment, the energy of life, the precious water found in human blood. War, to them, wasn't cruelty, it was cosmic duty. Capturing enemies for ritual sacrifice wasn't savagery, it was a sacred exchange that kept the sun from dying. To withhold offerings was to doom the world to eternal night. As the patron god of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, Huitzilopochtli's temple towered above the city, twin pyramids rising to the sky, one for him and one for Tlaloc, the rain god. Every major battle, every victory, every festival revolved around his worship. Warriors who died in combat were said to join him in the heavens, becoming hummingbirds, darting beside the sun on its daily journey. Even his name means hummingbird of the south, a symbol of fierce energy wrapped in small, graceful form. But Huitzilopochtli wasn't only destruction. He was renewed. Every sunrise was proof that sacrifice worked, that courage, endurance, and struggle gave life meaning. His myth mirrored the Aztec worldview. Existence was fragile, survival demanded effort, and the universe thrived only when mortals played their part. To live was to fight. To die for the sun was to transcend. Outsiders called him bloodthirsty. His followers called him necessary. He represented not death, but the cycle of it. The idea that creation is fed by sacrifice, that every light must consume something to burn. In him, the Aztecs saw the essence of humanity, both brutal and sacred, bound by responsibility to forces larger than themselves. When the Spanish arrived and the great temple fell, Huitzilopochtli's cult was silenced, but his spirit never vanished. Every dawn, when the first streak of gold breaks through the dark, the story repeats. The sun god rises, triumphant once more, carrying the weight of every battle ever fought, every heart ever offered, every flame that refuses to die. The sound of thunder wasn't just weather to the Aztecs. It was the laughter of Tlaloc, the god of rain, fertility, and renewal. He ruled not through fire or blood, but through water, life's most precious and dangerous gift. When he smiled, the fields bloomed and rivers filled. When he wept, floods drowned entire cities. To worship Tlaloc was to live in awe of nature itself, generous one moment, merciless the next. Tlaloc's face was unlike any other god's, goggled eyes and fanged mouth, painted in blue and green, the colors of water and life. He lived high atop the mountains where clouds were born, in a paradise called Tlalocan, a realm of eternal spring. It was said that those who died by drowning, lightning, or waterborne disease went there, not as punishment, but as a reward. Tlaloc's afterlife wasn't for warriors or rulers, but for those who had suffered under his storms and were claimed by his element. As the bringer of rain, Tlaloc was one of the most vital gods in the Aztec pantheon, and one of the most unpredictable. His power made crops grow and rivers flow, but his absence meant famine and despair. To the Aztecs, weather wasn't random, it was mood. If the sky stayed dry, it meant Tlaloc was displeased. If storms raged too fiercely, it meant he was angry or grieving. So they offered him what he loved most: water, jade, and tears. Children were sometimes sacrificed to him on mountaintops, their cries believed to bring rain. To modern minds that sounds horrific. To the Aztecs it was sacred, a painful act of balance between people and the divine forces that sustained them. Tlaloc wasn't evil, he was necessary, the embodiment of natural duality. He was nourished and destroyed with the same hand. The farmers who prayed for gentle showers also feared the hail that could ruin a harvest overnight. In the rhythm of his moods, they saw the truth of life itself, that everything grows, fades, and begins again through cycles beyond human control. His influence reached beyond the Aztecs. The Maya called him Chac. The Zapotecs knew him as Cosirjo. And across all cultures he remained the same, the stormbringer, the life-giver, the unpredictable master of the skies. In Tenochtitlan, the capital city, Tlaloc shared the grand Templo Mayor with Huitzilopochtli. One side faced the sun, the other faced the rain, a divine balance between war and life. Offerings buried beneath his temple included shells, coral, and frogs, symbols of fertility and rebirth. When rain finally came after the drought, people celebrated with dances, songs, and gratitude. But Tlaloc's truest power wasn't just weather, it was renewal. His rains washed away the dust of failure and gave second chances. Every storm was both an ending and a beginning. When thunder rolled across the valleys, it wasn't just fear, it was the sound of the world breathing again. Even now, when the sky darkens and rain begins to fall, it carries a hint of his presence, the reminder that creation demands both tenderness and turmoil. Tlaloc doesn't promise calm skies. He promises life, wild, unpredictable, and forever in motion.
He wore a man's skin as a sign of rebirth. To the Aztecs, that wasn't horror, it was holiness. Xipe Totec, the flayed lord, was the god of renewal, sacrifice, and transformation, the divine force behind shedding what must die so that life could begin again. He was beauty born through pain, spring bursting from decay, the eternal truth that creation always costs something. Xipe Totec's appearance was terrifying and deeply symbolic. He was depicted wearing the skin of a sacrificed person, the old flesh hanging loosely over his golden body. But this was not savagery, it was metaphor. Just as a snake sheds its skin, or the earth renews itself after drought, Xipe Totec shed the old to reveal the living beneath. His flayed disguise represented fertility and growth, the corn kernel losing its husk to sprout anew, the human soul casting off corruption to be reborn. He was worshipped as one of the four Tezcatlipocas, divine aspects of cosmic balance. While his brother Tezcatlipoca ruled shadow and fate, Xipe Totec ruled renewal through suffering. His rituals reflected that duality, both gruesome and profound. During the festival of Tlacacipehualistli, captives were sacrificed, their skins carefully removed and worn by priests who represented the god himself.
For 20 days these priests walked among the people, blessing them, symbolizing fertility and ensuring the renewal of crops and life. When the skins decayed, they were buried, returning the old to the earth so the new could rise. To modern eyes, that ritual seems nightmarish, but to the Aztecs it was sacred philosophy made physical. Xipetotec embodied the cycle of transformation, that all growth requires surrender. That death is not the opposite of life, but part of its rhythm. Farmers saw him in the fields when the first green shoots broke through dead soil. Warriors saw him in their wounds, poets in their metaphors. He was the god of artisans, too, patron of goldsmiths who burned away impurities from metal, just as he burned away the old self from the soul. One myth says that before the world could renew, Xipetotec flayed himself, offering his divine skin to feed humanity. His sacrifice set the pattern for all others, teaching that even gods must suffer for life to continue. Through pain came fertility, through loss came beauty. In him the Aztecs saw life's cruel truth, that everything valuable is born through struggle. Rain must strike, blood must spill, the husk must rot for the seed to live. But that truth was not despair, it was purpose. Xipetotec didn't ask for death, he demanded renewal. He was not a god of endings, but of metamorphosis. Even today, in Mexican spring festivals and in the bright masks of modern rituals, his echo remains. The ancient reminder that beneath every decay lies a heartbeat waiting to return. Xipetotec's message endures. To grow, you must let the old self die. Pain is not punishment. It is the price of rebirth.